Cheryl, here we are. I can't believe it's here already. We're at festival time.
Yay.
We're going live, and
it's Friday night.
It's Friday night, and they're always here, Cheryl. They're always right here.
I know. There's usually about like 4,000 of them.
Where are they, Cheryl?
Roz?
Oh.
Are we not supposed to be here?
We're not supposed to be here.
Roz, where are they?
We're supposed to be at. They're out there.
They're
out there in Etherland watching us virtually.
We better get back to the station.
We better get back to the studio. Cheryl,
ready?
You have to go to the studio.
Right now. Now.
And just like that,
man.
And just like that, Cheryl, with our wonderful teleporter technology that we have here, patented from the stage, you and I are here in time to start 27.5 Virtual Festival. How do you feel?
I'm very excited.
You're very excited?
A wee bit nervous, but very excited.
You've played all over the world with Runa. There's no reason for you to be nervous. Everyone, this is Cheryl Prashker, the Artistic Director and General Manager of the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival, and I'm Roz Elliott. I'm also on the board, and I'm a host here at the stage with Local One. And Cheryl, we have over 8 hours of programming tonight and tomorrow afternoon. It all came together.
It did. It came together thanks to everybody at the station, Full Pop Media. We can't forget to thank the great guys back here. The set looks amazing. We are socially distanced properly and healthy and happy to be here and excited to be bringing you a whole bunch of music, some live interviews, some little shout outs from our vendors and our volunteers, and yeah, we're excited. We're going to be here all night, guys.
Yeah, and you know what? You can make an experience out of anything. So some people say, oh, we can't be there in person, but you can take this and make this a special experience as well. And that's what we've planned for these next 8 hours. And between the artists that are going to call in, we have some folks on standby. I won't say who yet because it's exciting. But as well, as you mentioned, there are watch parties going on all over. Am I correct? You've heard from friends across the pond.
Yes, I've heard from people over in Ireland, and that's thanks to Robert and the folks at Irish Music Magazine. We know there's a lot of people out there, so shout out to Ireland and to Dublin. And we have a lot of friends and festival attendees from the United States, of course, who are watching in. And if you guys are having watch parties, take pictures of your watch parties, please, and send them to us either on Instagram, and we'll be showing all those various links later. Send it to us on Facebook. We're manning Facebook, so if you have a question for the bands that we have coming through, just Facebook message us, and just like my phone just went off right now.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're going to get buzzed quite a bit. You know, one of the big messages that we want to get out, and as we talk to the various groups, is this has been a challenging time for artists and performers across the world. And so with this, the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival wants to give back, Cheryl.
Yes, one of the key reasons we wanted to do this was to not only give back to the musicians who have lost their work this summer and this year, but also to the volunteers who've been volunteering at this festival and all the other festivals for many, many, many years, and to the people who attend the festival, and to people who want to attend the festival but can't get here. This is for you guys. This is for all of you, and I hope that you enjoy the music we've put together and the fun that we have.
Well, what's great is we are live. We're
live.
Broadcasting, and certainly people can watch it after the fact. But we're also broadcasting on 2 wonderful partner stations, Hurontel and Hay Communications, and a great shout out to both of those organizations, great community-minded organizations, to make sure that folks who maybe even wouldn't have been able to attend the festival in person now can watch it live and even after the fact, and that's terrific as well.
It's a blessing, and the people of Hurontel and Hay Communications have been wonderful to work with, and they'll be showing it live, and that's for people who may not have great Wi-Fi where they are. Now they can watch it on TV. It's on Channel 1. And it'll be hopefully rebroadcast, as we will have it after the fact as well. Available.
Well, Cheryl, if we were on the band shell as we speak, right about now, we'd be getting ready to have the opening ceremonies.
That's right.
And an important part of that, you do a special acknowledgement that we're going to see in a couple seconds, and I won't read too much into it, but it's an important one as we acknowledge in Canada our roots. Our Indigenous roots. And we also have a very special greeting from a very spirited man who I'm happy to call friend and mayor from the town of Goderich.
Right.
And he came out to send some special greetings to our friends, especially internationally. So you'll see that in 1 second. And you also have a little special, something that you served up.
Yeah, well, it was actually I had a little bird in my ear say that he thought this might be a neat way to start the event, and that's one Warren Robinson. He, along with his wife Eleanor, are the founders of this festival, and he requested that a piece we have start off the show, and it's a family band, and yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. It's a family band, and it really does show the roots of the Celtic music, the roots of the music being passed down from generation to generation, and it helps celebrate the roots in Huron County.
Terrific. Well, let's go with those 3 pieces right now, and we'll come back to you with an interview right after that.
Usually as we get together on the Friday night here of the Celtic Festival, we usually do have an opening ceremony. It's been a custom since day one, and we're not able to be together in person for our opening ceremony, but we do want to acknowledge the roots of the land and our roots together as a people of this county and the country. So we begin by acknowledging the traditional territory upon which we gather each year. For many thousands of years, the Chippewas of Nawash, the Odawa, the Saugeen, Ojibwe, and Anishinaabeg peoples sought to walk gently on this land. They offered assistance to the first European travelers to this territory, and they shared their knowledge for survival in what was at times a very harsh climate. We seek a new relationship with the original peoples of this land, one based in honor and deep respect. We hope that you'll enjoy this week's events, and because you're all part of our roots at the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival. Thank you.
I welcome each and every one of you to here in Goderich. And I know you can't be here, but we're with you, okay? We're going virtual this year. It's exciting, it's new, it's innovative, but it's the Celtic Festival, and we're going virtual.
Thanks so much, everyone. Have a great festival.
Well, Cheryl, what a fantastic way to begin.
Well, we had a lot of fun doing that.
It
It's
looks
an honor.
like it.
It
It
was an
looks
honor,
like
yeah,
it.
yeah.
And I just love the editing of how it all came together.
Well, we thank Fanon for that, our guitar player and
Yeah.
chief bottle wash and cook on everything
It's
as far as
amazing.
techie goes. So we thank Runa and obviously Cormac and Eamon over in Dublin.
Isn't that great? And doesn't it just show the ingenuity and the creativity of people during COVID, how we found ways to share and how dynamic that is?
It's really something. Obviously, the musicians didn't know what we were all going to do after this all started, March 16th and thereabouts. And all these wonderful performers have put together the most incredible videos. I've seen so many, so we're all blessed. And it's just fun to do as a performer.
Well, Cheryl, in a second you're going to introduce an artist, but before we do, I wondered if we could just do some level setting for folks for just a couple minutes about the Celtic Roots Festival and really its roots itself, its mission and why it exists. We'll be showing some founders moments later on featuring Warren and Eleanor Robinson throughout
Yes.
the show. But when you think about the festival and you think of roots, what does that mean to you?
Well, I did not grow up in the Goderich area. I'm from Montreal originally and then moved to the States. I'm now back in Canada. But having been to this festival for the last 10 years now and watched this community just breathe everything in Goderich Celtic Roots Festival. I mean, the musicians that come here, they are put up in people's homes, so they get to know the people that live here. It's about the community. It's about extended family. It's about Huron County and the people that have settled here, and they've settled here from places like Ireland and Scotland. A large group of them have. And, but it's really about community and passing on the music and sharing the music and taking the music and making it your own, as Runa just did with that piece. It's an old piece, it's traditional, but yet we've sort of Runified it up, as we call it. And so, this festival is about community, it's about family, it's about the roots. People who come here are now bringing their grandchildren here.
Yeah. And we have French Canadian. We have,
Yeah.
I think of our good friend Benoit Bourque, who will be with us later.
That's right.
You will see his set later, the Bourque Messiah. I have to say I have a little crush on Benoit. I'm not going to lie to you. And I think about the indigenous kind of influence as well in the Celtic realm. And of course, we have our American friends to the south, as we like to call them, Canada South. They don't like that, but I'm going to call them that because I can and I will. And of course, our friends from across the pond who have been so special as part of this. Now, our next group, we're just gonna chunk this one out because this is a tease. This gentleman and this group grew up with this festival.
That's right. So we're going to get a little sneak peek at Shane Cook, who is just an absolute favorite here at the college, and we'll talk about the college a little later, as a teacher. And he basically grew up here. I mean, he started here as a teenager. I mean, an incredible fiddle player, Canadian, Ireland. I mean, everything about Shane is just
Step dancer.
beautiful. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're going to see a little bit of everything in this piece, and it's just a little tease, and we'll have more of Shane a little later on this.
And he doesn't come alone. He comes with those wood chippers.
The wood chippers.
I mean, he has to bring his merry lot of wood chippers with him.
Yeah,
So
you got Joe Phillips on bass and guitar, and then you've got Kyle Weymouth, who will be step dancing for you. And I know
it's a treat.
Well, you want to talk about crushes on
Oh, you have a little bit of a crush?
A
Yeah,
little
yeah.
bit on Kyle's dancing, yeah.
Yeah, I just
Cannot
have
lie.
sort of a heart attack when I think about how fast he can dance, and I can't. So they're going to give us the Cookie Cruncher set, and so let's take a watch with them, and then we'll come back. And
Yeah.
I have a treat for you. Some folks that have been waiting to talk to us, and I'm pretty excited about that. But first, everyone,
Enjoy
Shane
Shane.
Cook
Yep.
and the Wood Chippers.
Well, we'll kick things off here with 3 reels. The first a tune I wrote for my little big brother, Kyle, who is a fine fiddler. He used to have a bit of a reputation around the rink as a bit of a hard hitter, and they used to call him the cookie cruncher. So that's what I called this first tune here, and then we'll go from that into The Drunken Landlady and The Wind That Shakes the Barley.
Okay, well, that was fantastic, Cheryl. What a great experience that was. Shane kicks it off, doesn't he?
He does, and well, literally with
Yeah,
Kyle.
and
literally.
Kyle literally kicking. Well, I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to have a little treat over here, and I'm going to chat with some wonderful folks from Scotland who are joining us. Malinky, I have ready. How are you all? Look at you.
Hey.
We have everyone. This is terrific. So Fiona, give a wave.
How are you doing? Hello.
And are you in Glasgow right now, Fiona?
I am, yep.
Yeah, you are.
Glasgow.
And where is Steve? Steve, give a wave.
Hello.
Hi, Steve. looking like a warrior there with that beautiful red beard. I love it. Oh,
I've
you
actually
steal my
trimmed it.
heart.
Oh,
It's full, it's full. And where is Mark? There's our Mark.
Hello, Canada.
Hello, Canada, says Mark. Now, Mike Vass was supposed to be with us. He's stuck in a lighthouse. What a great place to be stuck. There he is. Look
got
at
a picture
yeah,
of him.
yeah. Well, he's a good-looking guy. He's a good-looking Scot, isn't he? Well,
yeah.
so
He's much more bald now.
well, let me ask you, Fiona. We were just chatting before we went live. What would you be doing if you were here right now?
Well, I'm just trying to think. Actually, I don't know. I'm just trying to picture the park house, maybe,
Yeah.
or just having a wander around this festival site. And I guess we'd have just finished doing our teaching and having our week of teaching the last couple of days beforehand. So it's a lovely chance normally to kind of just sit back, unwind after that, and then just get into the festival mood. So yeah, just trying to play that over in my head a bit.
Well, you
Because I know that's what I'd like to be doing right now.
they are having a pint at the park house as we speak, and they're having a watch party there as well. And I
awesome.
think it's after midnight where you are, the three of you. So you've stayed up late to chat with us, but there's something really special that the three of you are celebrating this year. It's your 20th anniversary of your first album. How's that feel, guys? Don't all talk at once. Mark, go for it.
Oh, well, it makes us feel old but happy.
A little old. Can you remember your first album and what that felt like when you first came out with it? That had to be such a great feeling. You were all just youngsters starting out.
Yeah, I was the youngest at the time. I was 20, and Fiona wasn't in the band at the time, but it was a thing where you really had to, back in those days, you really had to get seen, by a record company boss to kind of get a deal. There was much less of the kind of internet-based profile that people can build up in so many different ways these days. So, yeah, when the letter came through the mailbox to say, would you like to come and record an album with Green Tracks, one of the best companies in Scotland, we were really excited. So it was amazing to actually hold the album in our hands, 20 years ago this year.
It's like birthing a baby, isn't it, Steve? It just there it is. And so you were going to tour internationally this year.
Yeah, we had a number of things set up really from the spring right through to the autumn, and a whole host of gigs in the UK, Europe, and North America, really to push the new album, which is a double CD called Hansel. It's a part retrospective and a part new recording with some of our favorite tradition bearers, as well as some up-and-coming singers that we wanted to highlight.
Well, isn't that interesting that you're at a stage now that you can welcome and shine a light on the next generation as someone did for you 20 years ago? That's got to feel special, right, Fiona?
Absolutely, yeah. And as Steve said, I actually didn't join the band until I think it was kind of late 2004 into 2005. But this year was going to be a bit of a big celebration of going back to places that we really dearly love and getting to revisit them again. So it's it's a bit of a hard one to swallow, but we'll get back.
We make the best of it all too. How have you all been coping personally, professionally? During this time, it has to be difficult. How are things in Scotland?
It's quite difficult, really. I mean, Mark and I both have youngish kids, and they've been off school now for 5 months.
Right.
So I think that none of us are in prison, which is a good start. But I mean, I think everybody realizes we just have to do what we can do to try and make it work for the rest of society. So what we've been doing in Scotland is concentrating on really getting the virus to low levels to actually allow kids to go back to school next week, which is when I think things for most of us will change in terms of the time we have available for work. And Fiona works in schools as well, so they'll be working out all the protocols and everything literally day by day at the moment. I mean, it's next Wednesday, a lot of the schools go back, and we're still getting information about all that. So every day is a new bit of information coming out. So yeah, it's been tricky. And as we alluded to as well, all the gigs that we've essentially had to cancel, it's across the board for many of us here. But there's been some good schemes, especially through Creative Scotland and the Scottish Government for
Super.
some people that meet the criteria to actually support their work while the gigs have been cancelled. But there's a long way still to go, I think, in terms of how the scene recovers.
Well, I want to let you know that we've, one of the reasons that we're doing this festival is that we can give back to you as performers. We know what a challenging time this is. So I'm going to encourage everyone, you can see scrolling along the bottom, we have a tip jar, and people can also call in, but we do want to support our artists and our friends who we miss seeing here. As we look out, what in this set that you sent us, tee it up for me, tee up this set and what people should look for.
So we did one of the songs, The Term Time, was from our album Far Better Days. So it's a kind of quite a high energy song for us. And yeah, it's one that we wanted to get folk to hopefully join in with. It's got a rather catchy chorus or a refrain for folk to sing along, and then yeah.
The other song is called Pad the Road With Me, which actually we taught at one of the group classes that we ran the last time we were in Goderich, and it was a huge hit, so we thought we should do that one for you. And it's been one of our songs that has appeared in all sorts of guises, including at people's weddings as part of the ceremony. It's in jig time though, so I don't know how people got down the aisle. But
I think I did a jig down the aisle to mine, so I think we're fairly, ambidextrous that way. If jig means ambidextrous, it might be. Well, I have to tell you, I love that you set the bar low with not going to prison. I think that's a great low bar. And I love that you included a song, Far Better Days, because we hope we have those ahead for us all. It has been just a joy to see you in person. We wish, all of Goderich wishes you were here. And we're going to sit back and watch your performance and wish you well and stay safe all, okay? Malinky, everyone.
Cheers.
Cheers.
same to yourself.
Cheers.
Take care. Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
All right, everyone. Malinky.
Says I, my dearest Molly, come let us fix the time. When ye and I will married be, and wedlock us combine. When ye and I get married, love, right happy we will be. For ye are the bonny lassie that's take part the road with me.
To part the road with you, sir, cold winter's coming on. Besides my aged parents had not a girl but one. Besides my aged parents had not a girl but me. Some know the bonny lassie that's to part the road with thee.
Well, never mind, call winter love, the spring will follow on. Come sit ye down beside me, and I'll sing you a nice song. Sing you a nice song while I diddle on my knee. For you're the bonny lassie that's take part the road with me.
Oh, the other lads that he had, they proved of cruel mind. They beat me and badgers me and proved to be unkind. They beat me and badgers me and guard me through the day. That there I gave my love to them to part the road away.
Well, lassie, dearest lassie love, I'd never dare you wrong. It's on my honest father's life, I swear I'll day nae harm. I'll busk ye brow and fairer, so ye may bear degree, as the bellow of the country round to part the road with me. So she has done her hosen shin, to the kirk they've gained, and lang ere morning that couple were made ane. And lang ere the morning her troubles were set free. for she's the bonny lassie that's to pad the road with me.
She's the bonny lassie that's to pad the road with me.
She's the bonny lassie that's to pad the road with me.
We are here in the prettiest town called Goderich with the founders of the Celtic Festival, Warren and Eleanor Robinson. Here we are with the founders moment. Welcome.
Thank you, Roz. Welcome to you too.
Well, we have thousands, tens of thousands of folks tuned in to watch this virtual festival from all around the world.
Isn't that exciting?
It's exciting.
It's really exciting.
I have to ask you, Eleanor, how many years ago when this first started, could you imagine that we'd be here today in your backyard hosting a virtual festival that perhaps people in Japan are watching?
No.
No.
You couldn't possibly imagine that. It's just, well, and of course the pandemic makes it a virtual festival so that people who can't get here physically, because it's a difficult place to get to, can join us. It's just amazing. Circumstances, they work.
Warren, if I can ask you a bit about these circumstances, a lot of people would have said this is the worst thing that could have ever happened to a festival, but There are some bright lights out of this experience going virtual.
Oh, it's incredibly. I mean, the way the board has responded, the way our artistic director Cheryl has responded, the way our volunteers have responded, and of course the way the stage has jumped on board. It just shows the resiliency. Everyone was determined that this COVID-19 wasn't going to beat us down, and we were going to do something about it, and not just something like show historical archival footage, but actually something with the lineup that was going to be here this year anyway. And we have almost all that lineup, and it's pretty exciting. And it's really exciting that we're going to reach people all around the world.
It really shows the value of community. And as he said, the international community, but the music community and our community. Everybody has worked so hard to bring this together.
It's interesting. A small town seems to be able to really imbue this, right, in terms of bringing the spirit alive. Let me ask you this. The founding of the festival, this wasn't in your imagination. This wasn't your vision when you retired. You started your second chapter of life after being teachers in high school. How did this come about?
Well, as you said, we were teachers, English teachers. We were doing ballad sessions at school, and we had a coffee house because back in the 60s we ran coffee houses.
That's what you did.
In Sudbury. So we had a coffee house for the kids and then we did the ballads that we had been studying, and they liked the music. So that sort of twigged an idea. And then after our other band member, George Young, who was also a teacher, when he passed, we had a memorial concert for him.
So, Warren, this memorial concert, George Young was another beloved English teacher, well known in this area, just a beloved young man. So you thought, we'll have a concert. We'll have a concert.
We wanted to establish a scholarship in his honor.
Okay.
And which we did. And we were expecting, a couple hundred people show up. Well, 500 people showed up, jammed the location we held it in. And it was actually at the intermission between the first and second half that Ellen and I sat on the stairs leading into the hallway and looked at each other, and people are loving this. Maybe we should think about doing a festival. We think, should we work on it this was in February. We thought, well, should we work on it for a year from now? We looked at each other and laughed because there's no way we would ever do it if we waited that long. So we actually got the idea in February, got a committee together towards the end of March, and the first festival was that August.
Wow. So the first August, in 1993 was the very first festival.
Yes, yeah. And we also had kids who worked in the tourism section, and they said the common comment coming to Goderich is it's a beautiful little town. It's wonderful. You can go to the beach, and there are restaurants, but what do you do later? And we thought, wow, if we had a festival, we could keep them here for a whole weekend. And this would be great for our town.
Yeah, and it's contributed millions of dollars in economics, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, there is yes, Warren?
Well, I was going to say that weekend became a week because we had the Celtic College in 1995. And so we actually had people here for 8 full days and evenings, and that has added at least $2 million to the town's income each year. And we're delighted because that was also something we want. We've lived in this town since 1967. We love this town, and we want to have this town do well financially. And so that was another reason that was part of it.
That's incredible. Now let me ask you this question. Last question of this Founders Moment. Celtic Festival. Ballads, yes. You could have picked anything. You were jazz choir. You led jazz choirs in high school. You led concert choirs. Why did Celtic speak to you?
It was popular at the time. It was also our backgrounds and definitely the background of this whole area.
Right. And you're sporting. What is your sash?
The Robertson.
The Robertson.
So, and his name was originally Robertson, but it's now Robinson. It's been anglicized.
Okay.
So that's the dress
Beautiful.
tartan. And he also has a kilt on.
He does have a kilt. Now later on, Warren, in another Founders Moments, we're going to come back and regale everyone with Warren and Eleanor's regalia. Wow, Cheryl, we snuck in what I like to call a Founders Moment.
How lucky are we to have Warren and Eleanor Robinson are
Absolutely.
right there.
And it's a pleasure, of course, for me to spend time with them. And of course, Malinky was not just incredible.
What a great interview.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing
Yeah.
that. And they were
A
wonderful
joy.
to stay up late, and they were great. It's just amazing to have them call in live. It's wonderful.
Well, Cheryl, I'm going to sit back and let you talk with some good friends that you have teed up for us. So
yeah, well, we got a little
tell us what we
interview.
have.
But before we do this interview, I'd like to just give a little shout out, if I may, to the folks over at the Park House. Hey, Park House. We've got Brianna and Sherry and Herb Marshall, the owners of the Park House. We've got Sid and Jeff Freiters, Jeff and Louise Carroll. We got Maureen Mulvey, Les, Janelle, Sky Starkey, Nina and Greg Reynolds, Deb Smith, and a whole bunch of other people there having some good grub and maybe a wee bit of beer. And they were wonderful to put a watch party together over at the Park House, and that's where everybody normally would be right about now, after the festival, of course, for the sessions. So we can just,
That's great.
Thank you guys for watching from the Park House. So.
Cheers. Well, who do we have lined up to chat with?
Well, we have a new group, actually. We have some ladies who are familiar to Goderich, but we have, a group called Portage. And that's a new name for us all. And with us today is Aaron Marshall and Ann Letterman. Is it Lederman? Letterman.
Letterman?
Letterman.
Lederman? I don't care. But.
And Ann has been here before many times at the college and at the festival, and this would have been your first year, am I right?
First time.
Yeah, well, welcome to Goderich, to the Celtic Festival, and we'll get you here to the college next year for sure.
It's lovely to be here virtually, and I can't wait to come back with Portage and do it again.
Well, where are you both calling from?
I'm in Toronto.
Okay.
Erin is. I'm in Galax, Virginia.
Oh, Galax. Talk about festivals. You have the granddaddy of the festivals in Galax, and a lot of people don't realize that I know about Galax, the festival there. But it's a pick-and party, and it's a tradition for many, many years. Do you go to that? I assume you do?
Yes, this year it's canceled like everything else, but it's an amazing event. Also because we have a living dance tradition here, as well as a great music tradition. And our little town of 6,400 people draws 40,000 people for the Fiddlers Convention. That this year would have been its 87th year.
I know friends who've been going for many, many years in a row, so I would like to get out there at some point. I hear it's amazing. So obviously we're missing some of the ladies in the group. We have Christina Smith, Jean Hewson, and Laura Risk. Am I right?
Yes.
And so can you guys tell me a little bit about how you decided to put this group together? I know you've been playing with other people, you've done solo work, you've been around, a lot of people know all of your names, but how did this ensemble come together?
Well, I was actually a bit inspired by the fact that we all tend to turn up, or have over the years turned up at this wonderful event in Ireland called the North Atlantic Fiddle Convention. And year after year, I mean, we're not all there every time, but actually it was going to be in Ireland this year. It's actually usually in Aberdeen, Scotland, which is where it started. And, we tended to be the bulk of the Canadian contingent who would be there. Often there's a Kate Retner. In fact, we were very much hoping to have Kate Retner as a member of the group, and she still may be able to join us at some point in the future. But that's Kimberly Fraser, so I'm putting a shout out to Kimberly in case she sees this later and is inspired to join us. But yeah, we all come from different fiddle traditions, and I thought it would be great to be in a band where we all brought different traditions to the table, and we could mess with them and put them together and take them apart and do original stuff and just bring this stuff together.
That was actually my question. Is it all traditional? Are there original, and are you writing together, or are you bringing things in that's already been written previously? How are you going about the music decisions?
Well, so far we're doing traditional and original things that we've already written. We would have to, I think, be in the same room together to write together, but I'm hoping that happens someday. Yeah, we've been meeting every 2 weeks, and so we meet online. So we have a glass of wine, and we've been talking about all kinds of music, sharing music. We've actually been able to do a surprising amount virtually together. So it's been really nice getting to spend time with all the members of Portage and get to know their music even more, even though we knew each other previously, and to collaborate. So mixing some of our own originals written in a traditional style with traditional tunes from a few different genres of fiddle music. So it's pretty exciting to put it together. And I think that we're going to start fusing some of our styles, and we're also working on a CD.
Wow, and that's another thing I wanted to point out. This group that we're going to see with the rest of the members of Portage have never actually played music together in a room together ever. Everything was coming together for them to do that, and then of course COVID hit, March hit, and here we are. So everything they've done so far is virtual, and I just think it's an incredible, amazing thing. It's amazing how everybody has had to just switch the gears, learn all the tech stuff, figure out the camera angles, figure out the sound. You know, how did it work for you, or did it work for you?
Yeah, we had help, and that was really great, because we all had a lot of trepidation about having to record video and mix it together. It's an enormous amount of work on the tech side, and I think if we had to do that all ourselves, I'm not sure we would have managed. But we had help from Harbourfront, actually, because we were scheduled to do a concert there as well. So we recorded a bunch of things. They helped us put it together, and unfortunately are generous enough to let us, you know, share one of the videos with you and to use it for other things later. So that was really great. I mean, just sitting in your kitchen trying to figure out where to aim your camera is hard enough. Right?
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I know. We're very grateful to Harbourfront for letting us use the video that you're going to eventually see of the entire group. Now, Portage, c'est un mot français. How did we come up with that name for the band, Portage?
Well, we vastly prefer the French pronunciation, Portage. But we're
it's
hoping
not portage.
Too many people. Yes, we're hoping. Me being from Winnipeg, I'm quite used to portage.
It's not portage, folks. It's Portage.
No, I know, and it should be Portage in Winnipeg too. But there you go. Yeah. But it is a word that exists in both French and English, so we thought that was a good start. That both French and English listeners would recognize it, whatever they do with it from there. And
Fantastic.
It just seemed to embody what we're doing. We're
carrying Canadianism and travel,
and carrying our traditions with us, bringing
travel.
them to new places, etc., etc.
It makes a lot of sense. I'm so excited to hear the music because you're bringing, like you said, all the different influences from your past. You're holding a fiddle there. What does everybody play? Can you quickly tell us what everybody plays in the group?
Most of us play the fiddle.
We're going to get some fiddle music, folks. I think we're up for some fiddle music. Can you tell us?
5 of us play fiddle, and Jean Hewson is a wonderful, wonderful guitar player from Newfoundland. And Christina also plays cello.
That's
Some
right.
of us play other things as well, but what you're going to hear tonight, you will see Christina playing cello on the one you see tonight. 3 fiddles, cello, and guitar.
Can you tell us a little bit about the piece? Is it original or is it traditional?
No, these ones are all from Douglastown, which is in the Gaspé region of Quebec. These were tunes that Laura Risk brought to the table. She's been working in that area, recording, learning, put out a CD a couple of years ago, which she produced of fiddlers in that area. We just really liked the tunes and thought that we could do something with them.
Well, we thank you both so much for taking the time to be with us live. That's the exciting part about this whole weekend, is that we get to talk with you, even though we don't have you here. But for all those people who want to come and take lessons from these 2 lovely ladies, we will, God willing, have everybody back here next year. So thank you again so much to both of you for being here. And we'll see you next year or somewhere on the road. And cool. Thank you again, and I guess we're going to hear a tune from Portage.
Take care.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paul the Maker, a woodworker and occasional artist living in Goderich Celtic Roots Festival and College's beautiful hometown of Goderich. My family has only been attending the festival for 2 years, my son also enjoying the kids camp, and my daughter camped out in the artisan village last year at only 4 months old. Right now I'm working hard to finish this year's Festival Dragon Intarsia piece based on the ever fabulous festival logo. We're going to miss seeing you all in person, but hope you enjoy the virtual festival, and we look forward to welcoming you all back to Goderich next year.
Well, we had a great set. We had a great song from Portage. That was wonderful. And we saw just a sneak peek from Paul the Maker. And Cheryl, you can see, is holding the actual artwork up. And Paul is joining me right now. And I'm going to chat with Paul the Maker, who has just been sort of a regular at the Celtic Festival. And Paul, you're from England originally.
Yeah, that's right. I'm from Southwest London originally. Came to Canada in 1998.
98. So you're celebrating your over 20th anniversary, just like Malinky was a little earlier.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I lost you.
You lost me. That's okay. I can talk all around you, and I can talk up this wonderful piece. So, Paul, let me know when you can hear me. Can you hear me, Paul?
I lost your sound.
Okay. So let me point out this wonderful artwork.
Yes,
so, Paul took.
I'm not sure where anybody.
Yeah, I can't hear anything except you, Mark.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear Cheryl?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear Cheryl.
Okay. Here I am. I guess I'm going to talk a little bit about this piece. We lost Roz's microphone, so we're going to work on that. Can you tell us, first of all, how long you've been coming to the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival, and when you started putting these type of pieces together?
I've actually only been coming to the Celtic Roots Festival for 2 years. 2018 was my first year, although I had moved to Goderich in 2012. So yeah, the first year I saw Linda Weeb's original artwork of the swimming otter and loved it, and had been invited by some good friends to come and be an artisan in the artisan village at the festival. So I asked Linda if I could use her artwork and make a wooden art piece, and she graciously agreed. So I came up with the otter last year.
That's right.
And once I'd finished it, I swore I would never do it again.
I wanted that piece so badly, but I didn't even get close to bidding on it. But the thing about this artwork that he's talking about, Linda Weeb is a local artist here in Goderich, and every year since the very beginning, she has put together the logos for the festival. So the festival each year has a different logo. And we'll talk a little bit about that later. But this year is the fire dragon, and here it is. Can you explain what kind of wood this is made out of?
Yeah, it's made out of all different kind of species, selected for their colors. There is no stain involved. That is all the natural colors of the wood. So there is purple heart, padauk, amarillo, walnut, maple, and the eye is some African ebony.
Wow. Do we have Roz back yet?
Well, let me, can you hear me, Paul?
Yes, I can hear you, Roz.
Well, can I just tell you, the one piece of wood on there I really am excited about is the one that's Portuguese for yellow wood. I just love that. It's the, is it the Paul Amaro? It's such a beautiful piece of wood. Is it fun to work with these pieces? Yeah, the yellow wood.
The yellow is the Pau Amarillo,
yeah.
Yes.
It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous, Paul. So this is being sold for $1,500, and you're donating part of the proceeds to the Celtic Festival. Is that right?
That's correct, yes, because Linda and the festival are gracious enough to let me, make a derivative artwork of their original art. Yes, I feel it's right to give back to the festival.
Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Well, someone is going to have to arm wrestle me for that, and I have been practicing, Paul, because that is just such a beautiful piece. We're going to be talking about this all throughout the next 8 hours, because this is something someone is going to be so proud to display.
Can I ask a quick question,
yes.
Paul? I interrupted you. I apologize, but you were about to say that it's actually quite difficult, and that after the otter last year, you swore you wouldn't do another one of these babies. But so, do you know approximately how many man hours this was, or how difficult everything? Explain this.
Well, the process is I take the original artwork, I have to digitize it, make all the pieces into a little vector shape, so I can virtually take it all apart on the computer. Wow. To separate all the red pieces, the yellow pieces. I make my pattern. At each individual piece on the scroll saw, I'm going to have to sand each individual piece. get it all together, find the pieces that go flying off my sander across the workshop, and I'm rustling the dust. But when I saw Linda's artwork, when I saw the dragon this year, I thought, it's a lot of work. It's somewhere between 50 and 100 hours, I think 60 to 70 hours approximately. When I saw the dragon this year, I thought, no, I have to do this one.
It's a special one. The original painting of this that Linda did is hanging at the Park House. So all of you who are sitting there at the Park House watching, you can actually see the most incredible, beautiful painting of the original dragon, and it was framed by Elizabeth over at Elizabeth's Art Gallery right in town, right on the square, and she put in a lot of work and a lot of time on that frame as well. So if you're at the Park House, you can see the original painting.
Well, this has been terrific. Paul, we are so excited that you've chosen Goderich as your home, and your little one, your cute little one. We see you everywhere on the trails, and you're swimming in Lake Huron. You really know how to really make this home. And anything you want to say to those across the pond? Any shout outs?
Well, shout out to all those back home in England. And the little one, you spoke of the little one. She was at the festival last year at just 3 months old. She lived there for the weekend. And just as my partner Candice was putting her to bed, Linky were playing. And the little Amelia was there sitting, tapping her leg, tapping along and dancing to the music as she was settling down to go to sleep.
Well, Paul, maybe the little one will grow up and be a festival performer just like Shane Cook and the others. So, or she'll be the next Paul the Maker, and she might be making the 40th one. So who knows where we'll be. So Paul, thanks for spending time with us this evening. Let me tell you what we have coming up. So you're in the know ahead of everybody else, Paul, just between you and me, okay?
Okay, sure.
We have Bork Emissaire. If you remember Benoit Bork and his son Antoine last year, they stole the show. And I have a little crush, Paul, just between you and I. Don't tell anyone. I have just a wee bit of a crush on Benoit, and you'll see why in a second.
I agree.
Now, there's another group. I won't say I'm crushing on them because I know them so well, and that's, of course, Reynolds, Robinson, and Lodge. And Robinson, of course, is one of the founders, and they're going to do a set for us. And then we have an interview with another one of our great vendors, Les Starkey, who I know you know. And guess what else, Paul? I know you've always wanted to take up the ukulele. And so Eve Goldberg has offered up a ukulele lesson. So, Paul, I'm doing this all just for you, because that's how much I adore you, my friend. Yeah.
Excellent.
Everyone, Paul the Maker, take another look at this piece. It's absolutely just spectacular.
If somebody wanted to actually purchase said piece,
they should call in, they should write in, they should comment, and Paul will gladly let this piece go. It's going to break his heart, but he'll do it, right, Paul?
It will.
It's going to break my heart.
You can actually go to paulthemaker.ca.
Paul the Maker.
This is my website, and it's available for purchase up there.
And see everything else that Paul has made. He is just a legend around this area. When we think of our roots, we're so glad that you are part of our roots. Everyone, Paul the Maker, and let's go now to, I get chills thinking about it, Bork Emissaire. Here we go.
Okay, this next one is called Three Sisters, and is written kind of for two sets of sisters. A set of Turkish sisters that were friends of Mike's daughter Megan, and also Mike himself has three sisters. So this is going out to both sets of sisters. Mike's wonderful composition called Three Sisters.
Two years ago, at the Celtic Festival here in Goderich, I had the privilege of having one of, well, he's considered Ireland's foremost living fiddler, Kevin Burke, stay with me at my apartment. And the night he arrived for the week of Celtic festivities here in town, he comes into my apartment and unloads his stuff, sits down, relaxes, and he looks around and he sees my row of guitars sitting there, and he said, well, obviously you play guitar. And I said, yeah, I play in a little group. And I said, in fact, we were looking forward to playing at the festival as well. But unfortunately, our banjo player got called back to work unexpectedly and was unable to play for the festival weekend. So we had to cancel out, which was unfortunate. And Kevin got this very perplexed look on his face. And he said, really? I have never heard of a banjo player with a job.
Help my brothers, feed my lands, hold my sister and understand that these are my wishes, that these are my fears, that these are my dreams and all that I have. We all have weakness, we all have falls, we all have faces and fear our own cause. That these are my wishes, that these are my fears, that these are my dreams and all that I have. Help my brothers, feed my lands, hold my sister and understand that these are my wishes, that these are my fears, that these are my dreams and all that I have. I've seen kindness, I've seen shame, I've seen a lowly man work with no gain. Help my brothers, feed my land, hold my sister and understand. These are my wishes, and these are my fears. These are my dreams and all that I have. I find the magic, I find the rain, I find the richness and release all your pain. Help my brothers, feed my lands, hold my sister and understand. Help my brothers, feed my lands, hold my sister and understand that these are my wishes, that these are my fears, that these are my dreams and all that I have. That these are my dreams and all that I have. These are my wishes, these are my wishes, these are my wishes.
Occasionally musicians are fortunate enough to be gifted wonderful things by wonderful people. Many of the songs that we are playing were conceived of and written at a cottage loaned to us for a weekend getaway by Teresa Donnelly and Mike Murdoch, and we'd really like to dedicate this next one to them and to their cottage. It's called The Cottage Waltz.
I'm going to sit here and continue to sterilize and isolate until we can all be back together next year. I'm looking forward to it.
Hi, I'm Eve Goldberg, and I'm really thrilled to be with you here for the 2020 Goderich Celtic Festival online edition. I was supposed to be teaching ukulele this summer at the Celtic College, and unfortunately we can't be together in person, but I can be with you through the magic of technology, and I'm going to be coming on over the course of the weekend and teaching some ukulele lessons. So if you're interested, grab your ukulele and get tuned up. I'm going to play the song that we're going to be working on, which is the wonderful traditional song by the Carter family called I'm Thinking Tonight of My Blue Eyes. And so you'll get to hear it, and then in the next lesson we'll start working on it. If you want to play along and learn along with me through the festival, you can download the words and chords and a few other helpful handouts at my website, evegoldberg.com/Celtic-Fest-2020. If you go there, you'll find PDF files that you can download, which will help you play along. So here's I'm Thinking Tonight of My Blue Eyes. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, who is sailing far over the sea. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, and I wonder if he ever thinks of me. Would have been better for us both had we never, in this wide and wicked world, had never met. For the pleasure we've both seen together, I am sure, love, I'll never forget. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, who is sailing far over the sea. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, and I wonder if he ever thinks of me. Well, you told me once, dear, that you loved me. You swore that we never would part, but a link in the chain has been broken, leaving me with a sad and aching heart. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, who is sailing far over the sea. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, and I wonder if he ever thinks of me. When the cold, cold grave shall enclose me, will you come, dear, and shed just one tear, and say to the strangers around you, a poor heart you have broken lies here. So I'm thinking tonight of My Blue Eyes. You might recognize the melody, same melody that was used for the song Great Speckled Bird, the honky tonk song The Wild Side of Life, and the answer to that song, It Wasn't God Who Made Honky Tonk Angels. All of those songs use the same melody. So you're going to learn one song, but it's 4 for 1 here. You'll be learning 4 different songs. Get your ukulele tuned up, and in the next lesson, we'll start working on learning the chords and strumming for the song. I'll see you then.
Well, Cheryl, I'm going to delight all my neighbors with my tenor ukulele now that I have that lesson.
Wasn't that fun?
That was a lot of fun. And we're going to hear more from Eve throughout the next day and a half. So let's recap what we just saw. We had Reynolds, Lodge, and Robinson.
Wait.
I mixed up the order.
You mixed up the order. It's Reynolds, Robinson, and Lodge. Actually, if I may correct you.
Please do.
It is now known affectionately in and around Goderich as Cheryl's boy band.
Cheryl, I hope this is an okay thing for me to bring up. I feel that people have reached out to me and I feel obligated to share what they've said to me. But you have this habit of showing up in every group that's playing. You're in Runa, you're with Reynolds, Lodge. I think you've showed up and you may show up in others. And last year at the festival, I don't think a band played that you weren't in. And so I just want to ask you, have you always been this musically promiscuous? Have you? And I wonder, and my other question, because I'm concerned in this time of COVID, are you practicing safe percussion? Because I want to know that everything is okay.
Everything is great, and how fun was it to record with Reynolds Robinson Lodge here
in the stage? At the stage. It's a great venue, and we do so many great live venues here and such. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful studio. It's like being at CBC, I can tell you. It's right up there, I can tell you that. So we saw Eve, we saw Bork, Benoit, and Antoine.
I know. I almost had to pull you off the floor.
I know, like water, just hose me down. So next up, we have another little run here, a short run. Let me tell you what we have. I got to go over to Square Brew. And Square Brew is one of our craft beers. And young man, not so young really, Alex Miner, he started it up. I went to school with his mom. And he created a very own brew for us called Celtic Fog. And he's going to chat with us about what went into making that. We're going to hear from another one of our vendors. And then you have another surprise for us.
I do have a special surprise. But before we do that, if I may, we have an amazing amount of fans out there who've been sending in their well wishes. We have Liesl Pella, who is our college student for the summer. This is her second year working here. So first, a great shout out to Liesl, because I could not do any of what I've done this year without her, or last year. But she's in the corner, back in the corner over there, and she's taken all the notes from all the people who've been shouting out. So I'm going to just read a few. So shout outs to Peggy Cape from Tallahassee, Florida.
Wow.
We got Egg Kingscote from Ottawa. We got, Eve Goldberg is watching. Hey, Eve.
Hi, Eve.
Thanks for the lesson. We've got Gordon Nash. Now, Gordon I've known for 25 years. He's from New York. Janice Mark, of course, is from London, so all our favorite Londonites are here. Gary Stein and Ira Cox from Ann Arbor. We love Michigan.
Wow.
We love Michigan. Chesapeake, Virginia, Marcia Moody, woo! We've got Rick Gray, a longtime student and attendee here. Jennifer Ann Gerard, Heskett from Richmond, Virginia. No, Richmond, Vermont, sorry. And a whole bunch, we'll get to some others after. Carolyn Miller from Philadelphia. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Wish you were here taking pictures. Mwah, mwah, mwah. And we'll give out some other shout outs after.
Cheryl, Michigan and Florida, the 11th and 12th province of Canada. It's really nice that they joined in. I think that's great. So tee us up. What's a special treat that you have for us?
It's a little special surprise. I do have a habit of just taken it upon myself to put together these little special moments. And I just want to say, I hope that Kimberly Payne is watching, because this little special moment is specifically for you as a board member and as somebody who was kind of instrumental in getting me to move here and be part of this organization. I put this little moment together for you, Kimberly, so this is for you. And it's a little moment from Cormac de Barra over in Ireland, if we can have that now.
Hi, everybody, and I hope you're enjoying the online Goderich Festival this year. Hopefully, we'll be able to gather in the real world next year. But in the meantime, I've one little piece to add to the Deborah contribution to the performance this year online, and it's a dedication to Kimberly Payne, a board member there in Goderich. And Cheryl goes on to me to say that not only is Kimberly a force behind the festival and a fundraiser, but she's the reason that Cheryl was enticed back to Canada. So fair play on that. But above all else, Kimberly is a harp player. So I thought I would add a harper's air to the repertoire. I'm not an old caroling piece. I thought I'd do a piece called Miss Hamilton, which is by a harper called Cornelius Lyons from County Kerry. So this is a very graceful harp tune, one of my favourite harp tunes, and it's called Miss Hamilton.
Well, I am at Square Brew with a friend of the Celtic Festival, Alex Maneri, the owner of Square Brew.
That's
Welcome.
Right. Welcome. Thanks for coming by.
Well, I think an important thing, let's each grab our accessory.
Yeah, for sure.
We have an accessory.
We do.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers to an online festival.
That's right. Cheers, guys.
We're outside. I can't believe it. This is where all the action happens, all the guests. Because it can't be inside so much, right?
Yeah. So right now, of course, you know, we can't open inside again right now, but we're still just kind of figuring it out. Sticking with the patio for now because, I mean, it's beautiful weather. Oh. Who doesn't want to be outside right now? Yeah, and we've got this tasty Celtic fog beer.
So I'm getting some aroma. So you brewed a special beer
That's right.
for the festival last year.
Exactly.
And you're doing it again this year.
Yeah. So we had been planning it already, and we brewed it last year, and so we thought, we should. People liked it, and just because the festival can't happen in person doesn't mean we shouldn't make the beer. So, yeah, we made the beer still, and it's pretty exciting. We just got it on tap this week.
Wow.
Nice pale ale.
I'm getting some citrus. Is
Yeah,
that right?
definitely. So the hops that we've got in there give it that little citrus flavor. It's a nice light pale ale. It's got Centennial hops in it. Really easy to drink. It's the perfect beer for sitting outside at a music festival all day, even though it's not going to be quite like that this year, but it is the perfect beer for that.
Well, you know what? We could be in our backyard streaming this.
Exactly.
And if you were in your house, you would still enjoy this.
Definitely.
Now, Alex, I got to tell you, there are people watching from all over the world.
It's very cool.
How do you feel that Square Brew is being seen in Ireland and England and Denmark? Your heritage.
That's right. Yeah, I love it. I think it's awesome. I think it's a neat way to do the festival this year. It's too bad that it can't happen like in person like it always does, but like this is pretty awesome.
You spent some time in Europe learning your trade.
I did, yeah. So I went to brewing school in England, in the north of England, in Sunderland. So I was there for a while, and it was a pretty cool spot to learn to brew, honestly. If you have to learn to brew somewhere, it's not the worst spot to go.
What was your favorite experience being over there?
It was just pretty cool to living with everyone that was in this brewing program. We all lived together, and we, all day, every day, thinking about making beer and different ideas, and going and exploring the local breweries and the local pubs. It's not a bad time at all.
Well, I'm curious. So when the Celtic Festival comes to you and says, I would like a brew to market and sell, how do you figure out or discern what that should be? Like, what goes into the creative process?
Yeah, so I think when we first developed this beer last year, we looked at a lot of things, and one of the big things was, we want a beer that most people are going to be able to pick up and drink, and that's not too high alcohol, because this is a festival that goes all day. We want people to be able to sit outside and listen to music and stop by the beer tent every once in a while and have a beer and keep partying all day. So that was one of the things, nice and light, but with some good flavor too. I think the Celtic Festival crowd is a pretty craft beer crowd. This isn't their first time having something different than Bud Light, so it's kind of neat to have something with some flavor and some hop character, but not overwhelming.
And how long does it take to produce this beer?
Yeah, so this beer is a pretty quick one for us. It's about 2.5 weeks from start to finish.
Okay.
Some of our lagers take quite a bit longer, but this one's a quick one. So, which is nice because if it sells out fast, we can make another one quick.
And how many barrels or how many are you making of this?
Yeah,
how much is in production?
So our brew house is about 2,000 liters. So
wow.
we did really close to a 2,000 liter batch for this guy. So yeah, I think we yielded about, if my memory's right, about 1,850 liters or something like that, which is, close to 4,000 cans, which is pretty awesome.
So we're going to be down about 3 now.
That's right. Yeah, we are.
We're down about 3.
Yeah, that's right.
Cheers to the festival,
of course.
being part of it again.
Yeah.
Square Brew here
Thanks
in the
for
prettiest town in Canada.
Exactly, prettiest town in Canada.
Welcoming,
maybe the prettiest beer in Canada.
Maybe
We're
the
not
prettiest
sure.
beer. I think that is a pretty beer, Alex.
Yeah.
So cheers, my friend.
Cheers.
And cheers to another great festival.
Definitely. Cheers.
Hi, I'm Nicole Griffin. I'm the owner of Fishbowl Studio, a freelance graphic design and communications company. I've been doing volunteer work with the Celtic Festival for over 20 years now, in the background doing the brochures and print design for them. And I just want to say congratulations on your first ever virtual festival. Celtic Festival 27.5 is going to be amazing, and I can't wait to be a part of it. Can't wait to see you all in 2021. Stay safe, everyone, and take care.
Well, Cheryl, I think there may have been a wet eye. I know there weren't dry eyes during that special tribute that you had planned. That was really lovely, my friend.
Well, thank you, and I thank Cormac for going along with that, and again to you, Kimberly, and I'm glad you enjoyed it because she did message in. So
I saw that, and I think there's just a bit of a tear in the eye.
And then there's Cormac.
And Cormac too.
Yeah.
That was lovely. That was lovely. I tell you, it's always a treat for me when I get to visit Alex, and he may have donated those 3 beers that my producer Nick. He had to try it. He should. And you know, it might have been a hot morning. I say morning, but it was after hours. It was fine. We were legit. And 4,000 cans, and he's going through them. I think Nick maybe drank the majority of them. I don't know.
So people are buying the Celtic Fog?
Oh yes, you can buy the whole thing. So if you don't get a chance, go visit Square Brew, because Alex, he just has a great setup there. It's a great place to be outdoors, entirely safe with physical distancing, and it is a lovely beer. It's a lovely craft beer. And I loved what he said about, you know, as we talk to people will talk about how they spend their whole day thinking about making music, and he spends his whole day thinking about making beer.
I can't even imagine what that's like.
And bringing joy, it brings joy,
Well,
right?
and so does the music.
And it goes well together. And of course, we heard from our friend Nicole there. And coming up, let's talk about where we are in the schedule so far. There has been a bit of a milestone we hit, Cheryl. We talked about how important it is to have donations to support our artists. Tell us where we're at. This is kind of exciting.
Well, I've been getting some messages from the powers that be back in the offices, and you guys have been very generous in the tipping the musicians. So we thank you, the musicians, on behalf of all the musicians. I just want to thank you all for tipping so far. And if we can do that sort of Jerry Lewis drum roll tally.
You're the drummer.
I think we have, since 3 o'clock this afternoon, over $3,300. So keep it coming in, folks.
Wow. Can I tell you something? I don't know if you know this, but I have a little treat for you.
Uh-oh.
We have a benefactor who has said they will match the next $1,500 that come in. So if we get $1,500 in more, they will contribute $1,500. So if you go in right now, your donation is basically doubled. So that's another way that you can really help out people. And this benefactor just loves the Celtic Festival, and we're pretty excited about that.
We kind of want their money. So
well, we do. So we want people to tip, and
do.
that's great. The other thing I think is another way we can help the artist, Cheryl, is you're a performer, you're in Runa, CDs, right? Like to actually purchase your music.
That's right. All the musicians that you have seen here today and who you will see tomorrow, they have websites. Just Google them. We will try to put their websites up a little later, but Google those performers and, you know, buy their CDs, because that is the way that the performers will be making money. Get on their mailing list, see when they're going to be having their other virtual concerts, and maybe watch those as they come along and tip them during those as well.
That's great. And, you know, some of our acts have laid their head to sleep across the pond, and they'll wake up tomorrow morning and they'll be on a bit better time zone to watch. Right. But they'll watch this after the fact. But to our friends sleeping in Ireland and Germany and England and Scotland and Wales and what have you, we're glad that you're getting a wee bit of sleep, because normally you'd be at the Park House right now playing to all hours, getting into all sorts of trouble, which you did a lot of.
I didn't get in trouble, but I did some playing at the Park House over the last few years. And yes, for those that have never been to Goderich during Celtic Week, we have a college here where you can take lessons with all the musicians all week long. Then at night we have concerts in the park, in the local park, in the square. And then after that we have Kaylee's, so you can do some dancing. And after that, only after that, do we all head over to the Park House in various different venues and play music together. And that's all the musicians. And we're talking the artists who've come here from afar, along with the students. Everybody gets to play together and sing together, and it's just a fantastic time. We do this every night for about 9 nights. Get up and do it all over again.
Yeah, and then we kind of hope our liver recovers from all that, don't we, after all that Celtic fog that we've just had. Now, Cheryl, what's the next group we have up? They're good friends of yours, and you've known them for a long time.
Yes.
North Atlantic.
We've got North Atlantic Drift coming out. Now, we were hoping to have them on the phone with us, or video, but that didn't work out tonight. So I'm just going to give you a little sort of history about the players in the band. And Brian Teheny, who's been with the band from the beginning, I believe, has been a teacher here, I think, almost every single year. He might have missed 1 year, and he is a staple here, and the students love him, and the attendees love him. He plays I'm not even going to list everything he plays. Okay. He's fantastic. Originally from Ireland, I believe, or Scotland. I can't remember, but he now lives in Toronto. I apologize. We've got Dan McDonald on fiddle, also in Toronto, and Ross Griffiths on flute and pipes.
Well, Cheryl, one other thing that you have is a bit of a bumper to this. We all know during COVID, everyone's taken up baking.
Oh, that's right.
you have your Runa friends have a little treat for us as well. And by treat, I mean it's caloric and it's not good for you. And we've all put on the COVID-20 and they're not helping matters. So tell us about that, and then we're going to North Atlantic.
We have a really special moment coming up. First of all, I just want to shout out to Liam. Liam, if you're watching, big hugs and kisses. I just put a picture up on my Facebook page of Liam watching this event on his, at home with his folks. Liam is an international star on Facebook now. He and his mom, who help out from time to time, they have a Facebook event that they put together called Baking with Babies. So we've taken a Baking with Babies episode and we're putting it up here right now. You're going to get a little taste of what they do. You can find them on Baking with Babies on Facebook. We're going to put up both Baking with Babies episodes on our YouTube page when we're done. We're also going to have the full recipes that Shannon has sent over. We'll have the recipes up for the things that you're about to see them bake, and this is just way too cute. So thank you, Liam. Thank you, Mommy and Daddy, too, but thank you, Liam, for doing an episode of Baking with Babies in your Goderich Celtic, I'm a Celtic Kid t-shirt.
Of course. So grab your Celtic fog.
Yes.
And get ready for some North Atlantic drift and some Baking with Babies.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you very much to Goderich Celtic Roots Festival for presenting this virtual online festival. Thank God you're doing it, because we all need it. We need Goderich so much. We miss it so much. Me and Brian and Shane taught at the college last year, and that's what we were going to do this year. And aren't we sad about it, boys, that we can't be there?
Crying,
right?
man, crying.
In August. Last year, I think at one point there were 10 banjos at the Park House Tavern. Isn't that right?
It was at least that.
At least 10 banjos. People were saying it was, what was it, a murder of banjos?
Murder of banjos.
Yes, indeed.
Perfect
Anyway,
for a massacre, isn't it?
a massacre of banjos. So we're trying to carry on the tradition here in my little neighborhood in Toronto. But believe me, you've got a good neighborhood for it. There's people partying in the background, just like at Goderich, and we even have an audience. So we're taking Goderich down here to Toronto. That set of tunes there was Ina's and Fraher's. It's on our second record. We're going to continue on now with a set we like to do, the Strathspeys and the Reels. So we're doing 2 Strathspeys, Jesse Smith and Lady Mary Ramsey, followed by a whole bunch of Irish to keep the boys over here from getting upset. Anyway, melting, yes indeed. So here we go, the Strathspey set. And also, Ross is going to be playing these Scottish tunes on Irish pipes, so it's very taboo. Anyway, take her away there, Ross.
Shots.
1, 2, 3. Well, thank you very much. All right, so that was our half Scottish, half Irish set. All right, you feel better now, lads?
Oh,
You know, there were
and
3
two.
Irish tunes and 2 Scottish tunes, so you still came out on top, you know what I mean? Anyway, hope you're okay.
I've heard a lot worse. Regularly.
Okay, so we're going to continue on now. We're going to kind of feature the pipes here a little bit, because we're going to do a couple of set dances. And set dances are tunes that go along with dances, like competition dances for Irish dancing competitions. And it's like the same tune and they go with the same steps. Now, Brian here usually demonstrates the dancing part, but he's not going to be doing that tonight because of the heat warning. So we're just going to do the musical part. And we're going to do 2 set dances called Paul Haypenny and the Blackbird. So here we go. Start her off there, Ross. Thank you very much. Okay. And so at this point of the evening, I usually do a set of tunes from Cape Breton, where I'm from, Cape Breton Island. And so that's what I'm going to do tonight too. And I'm going to do a couple of jigs this time. I'm going to do a couple of tunes. The first tune I'm going to play is called the Drover Lads. And it's a Scottish tune about the guys in the Highlands taking the cattle from the Highlands of Scotland all the way down to Glasgow and all the way down to Northern England. And it's a great old Scottish tune that my father used to play when I was a kid. And then I'm going to follow it up with an Irish tune to keep you guys happy called The Old Grey Goose, Michael Coleman. Ha ha ha, call him on. And this is the first track on my solo record, Rural Urban, that I released in 2018. So it's kind of a mixer set, and the Drover Lads and The Old Grey Goose. Thanks, guys.
You playing all the parts in the Old Grey Goose? Or is it just going to be the Old Grey Goo?
It might be, you never know. You're going to have to keep your helmet on there, Russ.
Old Rhine Goo.
Okay. very much, Drover lads and the old Grey Goose. Now, thanks again to you guys here in this lovely little Fairbank neighborhood for coming and joining us tonight to make these sets for the Goderich Virtual Festival work, because Goderich is all about a party and it's all about being together and having fun. So it's so nice that we can spread out in this big yard, Manny and Fernanda's yard and Mark and Tammy's yard combined here in Toronto to be able to do this. So thanks a lot, guys. And again, we're North Atlantic Drift, and this is my buddy here all the way from Sligo, Ireland, a real mainstay at Goderich for the last, 20-something years? I don't like to really say the number because I know it embarrasses you.
Well, I started when I was 2.
Oh, I see. I see. That's what it is.
You know, 25 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you're looking great there, Brian. Anyway, yeah, Brian is a mainstay at the Goderich Festival, and our good friend all the way from County Mayo and out from quarantine, Mr. Shane Mulcrone. Woohoo! And my good friend over here on the tubular material, Mr. Ross Griffiths, who came down from his cottage where he has been hibernating.
Yes.
And I'm Dan McDonald from Cape Breton Island. So thanks again, Goderich. I know you're going to withstand this. You withstood a tornado that ripped the festival grounds apart and part of the town. You withstood 3 rained out festivals in a row, and you're going to withstand this, and we're going to be back. Thanks again, everybody. We're going to do...
Oh, Goderich!
Let's do... What are we going to do to start it to end off? Let's do...
I can't read it. Your handwriting. What the hell is that?
It's the hen. So Mr. Shane over here is going to give us a couple of tunes on the banjo all the way from County Mayo, and then Mr. Ross here is going to get out the Scottish border pipes, and that's how we're going to end off the evening.
I'm going to move the microphone away first.
Okay, that's probably a good idea, Ross. Like to the next backyard?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here we go. Let's hear it, Shane. Sure. everybody. See you soon, Goderich. Okay, press stop.
Hello everybody, welcome to this episode of Baking with Babies. And what are we making? We are making scone, Irish scone. So this is a very special episode of Baking with Babies. Today, this is for our lunatic friends up in, where's your shirt from? Cheryl gave you your shirt, and what festival? The Goderich Festival, the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival. We are missing being with everyone this weekend. So this is a very special recipe that has been in our family for years and years. These are not the little tea scones. This is kind of a big scone or a big scone. So something that's very similar to kind of an Irish soda bread, except that you use baking powder instead, so it gives it a bit of a different consistency. So we'll show you how to make that today. So welcome to our kitchen. We're going to go check where our driver is and see if he's ready to help us again. Oh, have you arrived at Baking with Babies? Did you drive? Everybody's waiting. Turn the engine off. All right, come on. Okay, thank you. All right, so we're ready to get started.
And then drive back into the driveway.
And then, yeah, when we're finished, you can drive back out of the driveway. Okay, so this is our family recipe book. What's in here? Say it again. Our recipes. We're going to start out with the flour. We're going to have. You would like the little cup? Yes, please. Okay. Okay, we're going to start out with all-purpose flour. 4.5 cups of all-purpose flour. So can you help me measure?
That.
Oh, we're going to use this one? Yes, we will use this one. Can you hold on to it for a moment, though? We'll use that one in just a moment. We're going to do the 4 cups first. So here's the first cup. 1. Help me count.
2.
2. Nice job. What's the next one?
2.
We did 1, 2. Yeah, mix that up. And then the initial recipe doesn't call for this. However, we have secret ingredients, special ingredients that we always put in.
Nutmeg.
Nutmeg and? Tell them nutmeg and? Cinnamon. Yeah. 2 of our absolute favorites, aren't they? Take some. So some of these pastry cutter, just like this. Some of these pastry cutters can get really sharp. So if you are baking with a younger person, with a baby, as it were, need to be careful that they or you don't cut yourself with them. This one happens to be, it works really well, but it happens to be on the duller side. So just make sure you double check that before you start using it with a little person. What's that?
Pastry cutter.
This one is a pastry cutter. Yep, this is from, you are going to take your eggs and your milk and make a 2-cup mixture. So 2 eggs and almost 2 cups of milk. So what you're going to do is you're going to actually, you're going to help me crack them? Yeah. So hang on one second. So you're going to take your liquid measuring cup and you're actually going to crack your eggs into that first. And then you're going to add the milk up so that in total it adds to about 2 cups of milk. And depending on, just a moment. Depending on how hot it is outside, how humid it is, you may need a little bit extra for your dough afterwards, just depending on how dry or how wet your dough becomes. All right, are you going to help me? Alrighty. Very important to ask if the other person then who is helping you crack your eggs is ready. All right, here we go. Oh, not hearing it yet. Let's find, what do we have to add next? Our currants. We usually love to use currants in this recipe, but we couldn't find it in the shops. There was a shortage. So we love using sultanas or golden raisins, and we love using craisins, dried cranberries. So we're going to do a mixture of both today. Can you help me? So you want to try and make sure that they're broken up, they're not stuck together. And we like to put a lot of them in there. Put some more. You can flour them ahead of time. You can flour the bottom. So you can see we have some baking stones, and that can sometimes change baking time a little bit as well, but we're going to place them directly on the baking stones. Close it up, and we'll see you in about an hour, everybody, to check them. Say, see you in a little while, everybody. Happy baking. Happy baking. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the last step of this episode of Baking with Babies, and we're ready to take out our scone from the oven, right? Yeah? Should we check it? Should we check it? Okay. They look beautiful. All right, so we'll take both of these out. We tested them once or twice, and as I said before, it depends on how toasty you like them or how kind of light golden color you like them. But this is where we like them in terms of coloring. And so, as I said, they are wonderful with butter and wonderful with jam. Should we maybe try some later with jam on? Should we try some later with jam? Yeah, and we will. We will. And you can see some time has gone by since we've been in the oven. It is 98 degrees outside at our house today, and we are still silly enough to be baking, aren't we? We have gone outside and gotten sprayed with water and got changed since. Yeah.
Cut.
With your shirt. Who's on your shirt? Where's this from? Goderich. And you're what's on the back? Say, I'm a Celtic kid. Oh, come on. Arms up. I'm a Celtic kid. Say happy. Yeah, say happy baking, everybody. Happy festival.
Happy baking, everybody. Happy festival, everybody.
Happy festival, everybody. See you soon. Stay safe.
And that sugary moment was brought to you by, talk about that moment of cuteness, Cheryl.
Oh, I can't stand it. You know how I feel about Liam. Liam, thank you for putting that together. I love you, this Celtic kid of mine.
What an adorable treat that was. So Cheryl, a lot has happened since we've been watching North Atlantic and Baking with Babies. First off, I've got some sad news for anyone who wanted Paul the Maker's wonderful wood-crafted dragon. It's gone. It's been bought.
It has been bought. I got a message from Paul the Maker himself saying that somebody has purchased the wooden dragon. So,
and 15% of the sales go back to.
That's right.
15% of that price comes to the Celtic Festival.
That's right.
Which is my next thing I want to point out. Big news has been happening since you've been enjoying North Atlantic. And remember we talked to you about a matching gift that a benefactor would contribute $1,500 if people tipped. Well, that tip jar went up $1,500 since we've been off. Yay. Incredible. And so now we need to add that into the pot. And what a great treat for our artists out there who have been struggling and who have, you know, it's been difficult, Cheryl. And right now, Cheryl, I'm going to steal away from you, and I'm going to have a little chat with kind of one of my favorites. You know how you get to have your favorites? This is one of my favorites. So if you allow me, I'm going to just steal away. Is that okay?
You go, ladies. Go for it.
Well, I get this lovely chance to chat with Erico, and it's Jill and Kelly and Laura and Lewis. Welcome. How are you, LaFave family? Are you there? How's my family?
I'm so sorry. I think we lost your mic.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all?
So we're not hearing Rosie right now, the LaFave family.
I'm hearing Mark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Is my mic on?
We're not hearing. We might have to come back here in a second. Oh, never mind. We got it. Okay, we're good now. Okay, thanks for your patience. So, LaFave family, basically, I just waxed on about you for 30 seconds. You missed it. I'm going to repeat it because it was worth bearing. Last year was your first time at the festival, and we got to sit next to each other on the blankets at the front, and you stole my heart. I had so much fun meeting you as a family. What was it like to have your first outing at the festival last year?
We just had the most amazing time. Honestly, we didn't really know what to expect with the whole thing, but we were able to meet incredible musicians, and spending time with the jam sessions was so special. It was just nonstop, and the students, it was just a really kind of magical experience for us.
So it exceeded expectations, would you say, Mom?
Oh,
it was wonderful. And there was just a real, I just found that there was a real sense of community there. It was just wonderful. You felt like you were being welcomed into a family. We were only there for the weekend. The girls had been there before, but you know, you'd meet people and chat with people, and we went to the park house, right? In the
that's right,
evening.
that's right.
And then we ended up going over to someone else's a place, an Airbnb that they had rented, and jamming with them. It was absolutely amazing, and just listening to the musicians that have been watching it online. It just it feels like I was there yesterday.
It felt like yesterday, doesn't it? It does feel like yesterday.
It was just, the ambiance was incredible.
And if I could just add, one thing that really that was a beautiful thing to see is just the level of musicianship of the performers was really, really outstanding. So kudos.
Well, you know, we talked about family and community, that sense of family community, and I really sense what a close-knit family the LaFave family is. And you've been apart with COVID, and I know you're probably used to being together, and you've probably recently bubbled up, but you've all been collaborating on a new album. And you've been doing that from distancing and using technology. What's that experience been like for you?
Well, actually, I think it's been kind of awesome for us. With the project, you know, we've been working on music since we were kids, but this is maybe the first year where we've been so motivated as a collective group to create new compositions together. And yeah, it's been a real time of creation for us, and it's gotten us really excited. We are working on a new album, hopefully to be released in the new year, all being well. And yeah, it's been a strange time. It's been difficult to be apart, but I guess our silver lining is somehow we became more productive.
Isn't that interesting? You were telling me, Dad, Lewis, that it kind of, the creativity kind of works differently. You know, you're sending things in using kind of automation tools, etc., and it's actually sparking a different part of your creativity.
There is that, and the other part that I've discovered is that when working together, we always had a limited amount of time because it's the weekend or they're up, so we're always trying to jam so much in. But this way, we could really digest the tunes. And for me, they'd send me stuff. I could work on my part, take as long as I want, then send it back and say, "What do you think?" You know, it was a slower process that way, but it ended up being more productive because it allowed us time to think, you know, a little bit more on what we were doing rather than having to react immediately.
And you said that's sort of been the gift that this experience has given you, is more time to focus on this next project. That's incredible. Now, one other unique thing you were telling me, Lewis, as we were chatting before we came live, some of the friendships you made last year carried on, and you talked to another one of my favorites, Benoit Bourque, and you got a little interest that you took on. Tell me about that.
Yeah, well, firstly, because we both speak French, we went on. It was nice to speak with them because I think we were the only, him and us, we were the only francophone acts there.
That's right.
And so that was fun for us. And he told me that he really wanted, as a goal, to get as many people playing the bones as possible. In fact, he said what he would like to see is driving his car down the highway and looking into cars and seeing people doing the bones in all the cars. So I took him to heart, and I taught myself, and I taught to play it. And I went onto YouTube and found a whole bunch of sites, and then I started making them for virtually everybody I could think of that plays percussion. I have a lot of drummer friends, so drummers that I play with, but then also family members and relatives. So I made a lot of bones.
I bet. And now you know that Cheryl's going to crash your next set with a pair of bones. So just be ready for that the next time you're up. I wouldn't say no to a pair. I'm not going to lie to you. I wouldn't say no to a pair. What else stands out for you during this time period? What are you most excited about? Oh, good question. I stumped you. Is that fun?
Go
ahead.
Right on. I'm just excited to play in front of an audience again. Like, we did have quite a few things planned for the summer and the fall, and of course, like everybody else, everything had to be canceled. So we don't know when it's gonna be, but I'm just kind of itching to play live and get that energy again.
I bet. And Sister Nicole actually has a gig tonight, doesn't she?
I know, she's a lucky.
What a lucky lady. What a lucky lady. Well, I have an idea, and I want to make sure people understand that every single one of our performances over this weekend, you have all taped, recorded a set just for this experience. It's not something you've done before. You collaborated on a set just for this festival, just for this showing, and we thank you for that, because that is something that is very unique out there, and you went to all that effort. I wondered if one of you pick who, would like to introduce your next set, and maybe let's do it for our Francophone friends.
Oh. Oh my gosh. So we are going to present a set of 3 tunes. One of them is original, one of them is going to be a traditional song, and the other is by a Franco-Ontarian artist that we really admire. And being a Franco-Ontarian group, we wanted to kind of uplift some of our fellow artists. So we really hope you enjoy. Merci beaucoup, beaucoup à toute l'équipe. Thank you to the whole team. Merci à tout le monde qui écoute. And hope to see you soon, and stay safe and healthy.
Everyone, Erico, thank you.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci.
Au revoir. And here we go. We are going to watch a wonderful set from Erico.
It's so nice to see you here at the virtual Goderich Celtic Festival. I'd like to introduce you to our band. We're called Haricot. We've got my mom Laura on the bass, my dad Louis on the keyboards, my brother Rick on the drums, and my sisters Jill and Nicole on the fiddles. My name is Kelly, and we're going to kick it off with a song that we wrote about a legend in our town. We come from a small village near Georgian Bay called La Fontaine, and this is about the legend of Le Loup de La Fontaine, or the Wolf of La Fontaine. 1, 2, 3.
J'entends le loup, j'entends le loup, j'entends le loup dans la nuit hurler. J'entends le loup, j'entends le loup, j'entends le loup dans la nuit hurler. Mystère venu du nord de par la tombe du géant. Mystère venu du nord de par la tombe du géant. Rose de la fontaine comme un vent turbulent. Hey! J'entends le loup, j'entends le loup, j'entends le loup dans la nuit hurler. J'entends le loup, j'entends le loup, j'entends le loup dans la nuit hurler. La nuit il tue le bétail, le jour il est transformé. La nuit il tue le bétail, le jour il est transformé. Ami des petits enfants, Thomas il a sauvé. Hey! J'entends le loup, j'entends le loup, j'entends le loup dans la nuit hurler. J'entends le loup, j'entends le loup, j'entends le loup dans la nuit hurler. Théophile Brunel le renvoie vers les esprits. Théophile Brunel le renvoie vers les esprits. Sa mission est accomplie, le village réuni. Hey! J'entends le loup, j'entends le loup, j'entends le loup dans la nuit hurler. J'entends le loup, j'entends le loup, j'entends le loup dans la nuit hurler. Pouvez-vous entendre le loup? Pouvez-vous entendre le loup? Pouvez-vous entendre le loup? Oh! J'entends le loup, j'entends le loup, J'entends le loup dans la nuit hurler. J'entends le loup, j'entends le loup, j'entends le loup dans la nuit hurler. Hey, j'entends le loup, j'entends le loup, j'entends le loup dans la nuit hurler. J'entends le loup, j'entends le loup, j'entends le loup dans la nuit. Oh.
This next song we're going to play comes from our roots, our Franco-Ontarian roots, French-Canadian roots, and it dates back about 400 years. It's called Dans la prison de Londres. It's a chanson à répondre. Dans la prison de Londres, dans la prison de Londres, il y avait un prisonnier, Et puis, personne ne venait le voir, personne ne venait le voir, que la fille du geôlier, Alors, dites-moi dans la belle, dites-moi donc la belle, demain si je mourrai. 1, 2, 3. Et si demain je meurs, et si demain je meurs, lâchez-moi dans les pieds. Quand il est les pieds lâches, quand il est les pieds lâches, à la mer c'est jeté, À la première plonge, à la première plonge, il a manqué se noyer. Plonge, à la deuxième plonge, la mer a traversé, Quand tu puis sur ses côtes, quand tu puis sur ses côtes, il se mit à chanter, Si jamais j'y retourne, Si jamais j'y retourne, oui je l'épouserai. Dam dililam
This next tune that we're going to be playing for you today is called Moi je viens du Nord, and it's written by a Franco-Ontarian artist called Robert Paquette.
1, 2, 3,
Pas mal fort. Le nord où je suis née, le nord où je suis née. tau, raka tika taka tika tika tau tau. Shvella raka raka tika tau tau, raka tika taka tika tika tau tau. Shvella raka raka tika tau tau, raka tika taka tika tika tau tau. Shvella raka raka tika tau tau, raka tika taka tika tika tau. 1, 2, 3, go!
Cheryl, hold me down. I was dancing the entire time.
Kind of saw you.
Oh, I was just like the spirit. And if I get off this chair, I can't get back on because it's so high up.
Toes were tapping.
Oh, merci, Le Fay family.
Right.
Merci. Oh my goodness, that was incredible.
I want that drum set too.
Oh, I bet you. I saw a little
kinda
lust in
did,
your eyes.
yeah.
There was a little lust in
There
your
was,
eyes, wasn't there?
kinda, a little.
A little bit, a little bit.
Yeah.
I just want to hop in my car and drive up north and look at their setting.
I
Wasn't
know.
that the most beautiful spot?
Were we invited?
I believe I heard
Okay, good.
invitation.
Perfect.
It wasn't overt, but it was there. You sensed the undertones, right? The undertones were there.
Good.
I might be leaving tomorrow right after the show. Safe distancing,
Here she
but
comes,
I'm going.
ladies.
I'm going. Yeah, just so you know, merci again. And, you know, I eat pretty much anything. So COVID-20 well acknowledged. What a great time we're having. And I think they did something because a lot more donations came into the tip jar.
Yeah, I got another message from the powers that be that we got like even a little more money in there. And so I wanted to say something that we completely forgot to mention, and that is for those who actually are not comfortable donating right through the internet online, you can actually call us here. We're actually manning the phones like the good old days, and Liesel's actually sitting by the phone. We've had a couple people call in, but you can actually call in with your credit card and just say, we want to put this money towards the tip jar, and Liesel will take your call and all the pertinent information. So 519-524-8221.
Yeah, we could go old school. We can go old school and call in. I've used a phone before.
You know
We're
what?
not using rotary. It's not
You know
like
what?
we're using rotary.
I had her make up those forms and everything. So
Oh,
I mean, it's
yeah,
like,
we might as
you
well
know,
put them to use. So it would be a shame if that went to waste, folks. So do that. Now we've got the momentum going. I say we carry it along, and let's have our good buddy Shane Cook come back because he really knows how to take the tempo up as well.
yeah,
don't you
shout
think?
out to Shane. He's out there listening. I know
He
you
is.
are. And Shane's actually going to be calling in tomorrow. Because
Oh,
he's with
great.
another group, and that's a
Oh, wow.
surprise. I haven't really told anybody
you're
about it.
holding back from me.
Well, Caroline Keene and Tom Delaney and Shane
no.
Cook and yes,
Wow.
and a couple of other friends have put together a mega super group, and they're going to be on tomorrow.
The whole next
yeah.
generation of the Celtic movement is so exciting. We
Yep,
just saw it
yep.
here with Erico and now with Shane. And we're also going to have another ukulele lesson.
Another
with Eve.
ukulele from Eve. So get your ukulele out. A very quick shout out to Richard and Ray Walsh from Texas, who are our longtime volunteers.
Oh, nice.
And a big thank you from Jamie Wallace and his dad from Ernie Kings for helping us set up the Park House. So I just wanted to give those shout outs.
Well, let's do that. And let's keep the tempo going with Shane Cook and, of course, another uke lesson because I'm watching, I'm learning with Eve. So let's take it right to Shane.
One of my favorite composers and one of my favorite people is Brian Pickell, who you know well at the festival there in Goderich. And we're going to play one of his tunes here. It's a tune I don't get to play too often, and it just so happened that Joe's been working on this on the viola da gamba. And so this is Born of a Summer's Day. We've got two more tunes here from our friend Brian Pickell. The first, a march that he calls Llewellyn's March, and the second that our son Charlie says is a great tune and a great title. It's called The Last Day of School. It's a treat to be joined here by last year's Tradition Bearer Award winner, Emily Flack. We're going to do a song here called Boat Song.
So you ready? So what do you think? The hangman's reel or le reel de pendu? What's that?
It's over?
It's over. Hope you brought a towel. Whew.
Nope, I did not. I'll go get one for you.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Kelly from the festival store here. I've been co-crew chiefing in the store since 2012. Now, 2020 has certainly been a different kind of a year, and it seemed like all the fun had been canceled until now. So congratulations on the virtual festival 27.5. Don't forget to check out the store online. Get your t-shirt for 2020 featuring the fire-breathing dragon, but most importantly, enjoy the music.
Hi, it's Sharon and Danielle from Romantic Designs Artist Studio here in St. Thomas, Ontario.
We want to wish you success with this year's virtual festival.
And hope to see you all next year at the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Hi, I'm Eve Goldberg, and we're back to start our ukulele lessons on I'm Thinking Tonight of My Blue Eyes. If you want to play along, you can download the materials at evegoldberg.com/Celtic-Fest-2020. So this song has 3 chords. It uses the C chord, the F chord, and the G chord. I'm just going to go over those. If you're a complete beginner, this is a lot to start with, so just go slowly and do the best you can and try to follow along as much as you can. You might not get everything, and that's okay because you're a beginner. And normally you wouldn't start with a song that has 3 chords. So our first chord is C, and we make the C chord by pressing down behind the 3rd fret. These are the frets, and we count them 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're pressing behind the 3rd fret, which means on this side of the fret of the 1st string. And the other thing to know is that we number the strings 1, 2, 3, 4 from the floor to the ceiling. So if I refer to the first string, that's the string closest to the floor. So we're fretting behind the 3rd fret of the first string, and that's the only finger we need to press down. We're going to press down there, strum all the strings, and that gives us a C major chord. So that's our first chord. Our second chord is an F, and we need 2 fingers for that. So the F chord is made by pressing our index finger behind the 1st fret of the 2nd string and our middle finger behind the 2nd fret of the 4th string. And it sounds like that. You want to be bending your knuckles so that you're coming down perpendicular to the string as much as possible, to the neck. And that's what your F chord should sound like. And then the 3rd chord is G. Now the G chord, you're going to, if you take your 2 fingers and do this with your 2 fingers and put them behind the 2nd fret of the 1st string and the 3rd string. And then you're going to take your ring finger and put it behind the 3rd fret of the 2nd string, the string in between. So we have, if you think about what fret we're playing on each string, it's 0, this is open, 2nd fret, 3rd fret, 2nd fret. So that's sometimes expressed 0, 2, 3, 2 as a shorthand for a chord diagram. So that's the G chord. And if you're new to playing these chords, you want to practice switching between chords. You can make your own practice loops to do that. But for those of you, I'm assuming some of you have played ukulele before and you might know some or all of those chords. So let's strum through a little bit of the song. So we start on our C chord, and we're not going to start singing until the word thinking in the chorus. So it's going to go, oh, I'm thinking tonight, etc. That's a pickup. Every line starts with a couple of words that come sort of before the first strong beat. So just to get used to the beat of the song, we're going to start by singing and coming in on the word thinking. So I'll count 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, who is sailing far over the sea. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, and I wonder if he ever thinks of me. Would have been better for us both had we never, in this wide and wicked world, had never met, for the pleasure we both seen together. I am sure, love, I'll never forget. And then you'd be back to the chorus, thinking, etc. So there's just a little bit of the song with the strumming. You basically go C, F, G, C, and then quickly back to G, and then the whole thing starts again. So the G chord at the end sort of sets you up to start the next verse. If you were, or chorus, if you were at the end of the song, you wouldn't play that G chord at the end. You would just end on the C chord, because the G chord kind of gives us the feeling that there's more to come. So when the end of the song comes, we just keep playing the C chord instead. So we basically strum on each of those chords 8 times. So it's 8 times on the C, 8 times on the F, 8 times on the G, And when we get back to that C, we play 4 times on the C and 4 times on the G. So you can start thinking about that pattern, and that's the pattern that repeats through the whole song. So have fun practicing that, and in the next lesson we'll start working on a right hand technique that's a little bit more challenging.
You know, Cheryl, you are now a uke lesson closer to performing next time on stage with your percussion, because you know you're gonna like show up and do it. You're just gonna do it. You know you are.
Fanon's gonna love it. Fanon's gonna love Fanon.
Yeah.
Ukulele.
Ukulele is all, and I could join in because I have a uke.
Perfect.
I think I could probably.
How many people are going out tomorrow to buy a ukulele?
I think everyone. Can I just say, what a great slow build on Shane Cook. I know that's my way of saying, okay, the tempo didn't start fast, but it was a nice, slow, emotional build. And then he brings it home on Lake Huron, like a tourist ad for
right.
Lake Huron, isn't it?
Perfect.
He's so
Perfect.
great at that. And wow, what a treat to have Emily Flack.
You didn't know about that. That was a surprise.
I didn't know about
Yeah.
that. And of course, she's Leahy progeny.
She is.
I grew up listening to Leahy, love them, and she is stunning. And last year, of course, you reminded me, she won an award last year at the festival.
Yep, she was our Young Traditional Bearer Award here, and we enjoyed having her. And a little surprise, she'll be putting her own set together for tomorrow. And
That's terrific.
yeah,
That's terrific.
Yep.
Now, Cheryl, I'm going to just sort of beg off to the side now because I think you have a very special time ahead for you and an old dear friend, and I think it's long overdue that you get a chance to talk to your good friend, Joe.
Yes, we got Joe Crookston in the house. Joe!
Cheryl, hey!
Mwah,
I love you. I love you. I miss you. And man, this is going great. It's so fun to be Roz. And also, Roz, I just want to shout out, you're doing a great job tonight. This is great.
Thank you. Thank you for watching, and thank you for your patience getting you on the bill tonight. We appreciate you calling in from Ithaca, New York, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, I'm in Ithaca. I spent the last 6 days out in the woods in a cabin with a campfire, and I came inside so I could live stream and be with you. And then I'm going to go out for like another 4 days. I'm going to go for another 4 days out in the woods. I'm having a great time being like a mountain man. You know.
Wow, where's the beard?
I shaved and everything so I could do that.
You know what? It's just so good to see you. Joe and I have known each other a long time through the folk alliance and folk world and singer-songwriter world of the United States, where I lived for 25 years, and we've known each other for quite a long time. We've crossed paths. We've played concerts together. We've shared, conference moments together. It's just it's been a nice, just a great friendship. I'm honored to call him a friend, so I was really excited when he agreed to do this. Joe actually has been to Goderich Celtic Roots Festival before. As a matter of fact, don't think that we hired Joe this year because he's a friend of mine, but in fact, because he is literally the most wanted asked back for the college. You are one of the most beloved teachers at the Goderich Celtic College. So do you remember your time here?
I do. Oh, do I remember it? It changed my life. It changed my life. And I would say one of the things that I would say that I'm recognizing in even this moment of the pandemic and the distance and not traveling as much is that it is the teaching, it's the relationships, it's the one-on-one or the one-on group time that I have that I just love. I love performing. I love doing a good show, but I think it's that kind of interaction with people. I did let's see, what was it called at the Celtic College? It was called Gravel Gertie and the Scratch Out Squad, and it was basically bring your instruments. We'll create a band, and we will learn bluegrass tunes, old time tunes, and we'll kind of get you primed and ready to go out and play. And basically after that week of being together with a group, they came up on stage with me at Goderich. And since then, Pickles and Tarts, Louise, I bet, is watching. Maybe
Oh, yes.
Deb is watching.
Oh, yes.
They formed a group called Pickles and Tarts, and they've been traveling around and playing. And it was a springboard from that moment at Goderich. And to me, I don't know how to say it. Like I said, I love performing. I love giving music to people. But when we can have an experience together and magic happens and people get involved, to me, that is just that is where the life,
It's the
you know,
magic, right? I mean,
the magic.
I was once a first-time teacher here as well, and like the rest of my band, Runa, we didn't know what to expect our first time here. There's only so much preparation you can do. You don't know who the students are going to be and where their heads are at musically and all that stuff. But there's nothing that can prepare you for the magic of the week at the Celtic College here. And did you make friends that you've been in touch with, and have they become fans? Do you see them on tour?
Absolutely. I mean, all across Ontario, I would say, and even people, I'm playing in maybe Great Barrington, Massachusetts, and someone will come through. We saw you at Goderich, and we love you, and we were in your art class. I wanted to hold up this that I guess it was 3 years ago. I did one of my classes was a visual art class at the college, and we made a mural. I'm going to hold it up to the cameras. We made a mural of Buddy McMaster.
Wow.
Right? And that was hanging basically in the dance tent there all weekend.
That's right.
Made that. And that's the kind of thing that I found, just like 50, 60, 80 people were like, make art, create something, do it together, and I was like, it was great. So I have that upstairs, and I was going to bring it down, but I thought that's too much, but I have to show you a picture on the phone,
Yeah, I'm sure all the people that were in your class who remember making that piece are enjoying this moment right now, because it's a lot of great memories.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's what it's about. One of the memories that I have that was so funny is the movie Dumb and Dumber. Is it Dumb and Dumber, right? And at the beginning, he pulls up in the limousine and he meets this woman from Austria, but he thinks she's from Australia. And he goes, "Oh, put another shrimp on the bobby." And I always thought that was funny, but I didn't know what it was. But then it was like at the end of Goderich, it was like the performers party after party after at the livery, right? And the band, who was it? The Young'uns?
The Young'uns.
Yeah. So they are singing songs and boom, an acapella, and they're like belting them out, and we're all singing songs. And then they were like, "Okay, let's play Shrimp on the Bobby." And we sat around
funny.
hours playing Put a Shrimp on the Bobby. And I thought that was, I don't know why that memory for me was just like that was it. I was like, oh my God, I had no idea there was actually a thing called Shrimp on the Bobby.
There you go.
So,
you never know what you're going to learn here at the Goderich Celtic College Week and the Festival Week. So it's been about 3 years, and you were going to come back this year, and hopefully we'll have you back next year. But what have you been doing during this quiet time? What have you been up to?
Yeah. Well, it's definitely been quiet. I've been doing live streams, and I've been, the tech thing. There was this point about a month into, the pandemic where somehow I had figured out so much tech, OBS and all the software. People were calling me as tech support. And then you'd be like frantic, like, I'm going live in 16 minutes, and like I can't figure out how OBS connects to the and I would walk them through it, and they were like, thank you so much. And I was like, when did this happen that I became tech support, But what I would say is that pretty much after the first month or so, I started sinking into, okay, I think it's time for it. I've been on the road a lot, and I play 150 shows a year sometimes. And I think what I realized for myself is that I needed time off, and I didn't even realize how much I needed it. So I've been taking this time to not back off from art or from creativity, but to back off from trying to put myself out in the world as intensely, and to listen and to read and to learn about myself more, and to be with my family, my wife, Catherine, Josie, my daughter. And I feel like it really has been pretty powerful and healing for me once I let it be there. At first I was freaking out, and now I'm kind of like, all right, I'm going to let this be good for me, and I'm going to learn, and so when I get back out there, it'll be coming from a deeper place. So I'm excited about that, and maybe I'm just accepting now, like just really go in and don't don't try to fight it. Just really accept it and be out there. And so, or be in here, I should say.
Right,
And
right.
when it's time to put it out there, I'll do that. So yeah.
Well, I
it's
hope
been-
you will. I hope you will. I've watched a bunch of your shows and have enjoyed them. I know a lot of people have, obviously. I'm glad you're taking some time for yourself, and especially, and Josie, your daughter, plays music as well. Do you guys play music together?
We do. Yeah. We do a little bit, and then I don't push it. She's kind of like, but we did this thing for Falcon Ridge Folk Festival where we did a couple Andrew Bird songs
saw
where
that.
she's on electric guitar, me on violin.
Yep.
And we work out these arrangements, and she's 16 years old, and all I can say is I'm taking notes.
I'm so glad you're having fun with her and that she's still playing music, because she's a pretty talented girl herself.
She's really, really into it.
Yep.
She works on it, she does the thing. So she pushes me, honestly.
That's
I
amazing.
think into different directions. I'm like, really? You want to do that song? And then once we get into it, I'm like, wow, thank you so much. Yeah.
Well,
So
I mean, the music that you're going to present in this next set, I know is, I should assume, but I shouldn't actually assume, is all original music, or is there some traditional music snuck in there?
Yeah, it is all original. Yeah, but and one of the things that I'd say is, we were talking about this a little bit over the years, really, is I always kind of had, I had a very strong connection to traditional music and always have. Old time fiddle.
Right.
And my music, when I showed up at like Folk Alliance and some of the conferences, I actually had a little bit of a self-doubt that like my music was too traditional. It wasn't cool or hip enough or whatever that, And it didn't take me long to kind of just, that's who I am. That's where my music comes from. It's a backbeat. It's about human stories. It's universal. The themes of it, I think, are, universal in that traditional way. So I just accepted that as like, that's what I do. But even though I write music and it's, it's contemporary or it's original, I think it really comes from that tradition of the backbeat of the stories, the Woody Guthrie,
Perfect. Yeah.
In a way, there's a quote by Woody Guthrie. Woody Guthrie said, a song needs to be more than good. It needs to be good for something. And I've always connected with that. I wanted my music to go out into the world and be useful,
And what songs, if you could, we haven't really asked the artist this, but what songs will you be playing? And I know that there's a lot of people, including myself, who have a few favorites, but I'm just curious as to the list of songs and if there's anything you want to tell the audience about any of the songs that you're presenting today.
Yeah, I would say that I'm definitely presenting newer songs.
Okay.
And I'm not. One of the things that maybe I'm trying not to do is just lean back on what has worked in the past always and just redo that. So these are, I would say, what I'm presenting tonight are some newer songs that I'm still working on, that I'm still, kind of honing and finding, but they feel really true to me. I think what I could say is that what I'm singing tonight in this set is the truth from me.
Wow.
It's really true. And is it honed? Is it perfectly arranged? Maybe not yet. I'm getting there, but it's definitely, this isn't reaching back 20 years and kind of doing a thing, it's showing up where I am.
That means you're presenting, your raw self to Goderich and to the whole world who's watching. And I can't thank you enough for taking the time to put this set together specifically for the people of Goderich and the watchers around the world. And I just thank you for calling in and just being the good friend that you are. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. You too, Cheryl. Really, I just love you and appreciate who you are and everything you're doing. So, Goderich Celtic Roots Fest, I'm so psyched to be part of it, and I'm having a great time watching and inspired.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So now I think we're going to hear some music from Joe Crookston specifically for Goderich.
All right.
Bye,
Peace.
Joe.
All right.
Hey everybody, this is Joe Crookston. Welcome. I'm so glad to be part of the Goderich Roots Festival here online. and I miss being up there with you this year, and so glad to be playing for you. So I'm going to start tonight with a song called Photography. Photography. Here we go. I hold the camera facing me, the perfect angle, tap the screen, bring it close, zoom in, photography. I don't like what I see. I look tired and weathered, look at those sleep scars and scary hair. If you could see me beneath this flesh and bone, if you could see me beneath this flesh and bone. Shifting the lens, focusing to the shimmering down underneath the skin, to the back roads and the bottom and the valley I'm in. Capture that. There's a lot more than tired and weathered. Look at those sleep scars and scary hair. If you could see me beneath this flesh and bone, if you could see me beneath this flesh and bone. I take the camera, I put it down, out the door, into town, and all the faces and the bodies and the eyes on the move, huddled by doors with more to do. They look tired and weathered, look at those sleep scars and scary hair. If you could see me beneath this flesh and bone, if you could see me beneath this flesh and bone. I hold the camera facing me, the perfect angle, tap the screen, bring it close, zoom in. Photography, I don't like what I see. I look tired and weathered, look at those sleep scars and scary hair. If you could see me beneath this flesh and bone, if you could see me beneath this flesh and bone, if you could see me beneath this flesh and bone. All right, welcome everybody. Joe Crookston here from my home in Ithaca, New York, singing to you in Goderich, Ontario. And man, I miss being up there on Lake Huron and Lions Harbor Park. I love it up there. And I will meet you up there again next year. For now, I'm going to sing my heart out here from Ithaca, New York. And I'm going to sing a new song. I wrote this song about 3, maybe 4 months ago. And I don't quite have a title for it, but lately I've been thinking it's called Go Lightly. I'm not sure if that's it, but that's what it'll be for tonight. So Go Lightly, play you a new song here. And here we go. Glad to be with ya. Yeah. Jeffrey was the visioner and the baker of the bread, high as the moon, hanging overhead, and we'd eat crickets in the mountains by the Cascade Riverbed. And now everything is changed and Jeffrey is dead, and I think about him, and he's a part of my ways, and I'm taking my time, going lightly these days. And I and you were leaving everything we knew. Maria was the sunrise, the Midwestern heart of gold, giving shelter and warmth from the Minnesota cold. And we broke apart in winter, so I traveled to the coast, and now everything has changed and Maria's just a ghost. And I think about her, and she's a part of my ways, and I'm taking my time, going lightly these days. And I and you were leaving everything we knew. Genevieve was the muddy girl climbing up and down the tree, and that awkward family portrait with the velvet on her sleeve. She was hiding and pretending, and over time and by degree, now everything has changed and Jaden is free. And I think about them, and they're part of my ways, I'm taking my time and going lightly these days. And I and you leaving everything we knew. La, da, da. La, da, da. And Jackson was a Cherokee with a long native braid, and that Volkswagen grease, and that cello that he made. We'd drive through the goldenrod like the witch of the Westmoreland. Now everything has changed and it'll change again. And I think about him, and he's a part of my ways, and I'm taking my time and going lightly these days. And I and you leaving everything we knew. I was just a driver from Cleveland to LaSalle, making lines across America like the crack in the Liberty Bell. And I'd show up with my fingers, and I'd give my heart away. Now everything is different, everything has changed, and I think about it, and it's part of my ways. And I'm taking my time, going lightly these days. And I you were leaving everything we knew, we knew, we knew. La, da, 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 da. La, da, and I and you leaving everything. Go lightly, go lightly. I think that'll be the title of it. And great to be with you tonight. And I'm sitting imagining the water behind me, Lake Huron, and the beautiful sunset. And, well, the other day I got my banjo out. And I was working on a song, a brand new song on my banjo, and I broke a string, snapped. And so I thought, well, 5-string banjo, I got 4 strings, that's enough. And then I got into it, playing a little bit, and recording a show about a week ago, and I snapped another string, so I was down to 3 strings. And then I was in the middle of the show and snapped another one, so now I have a 5-string banjo here. Woo! And it is down to 2 strings for peace. So I thought, what the heck, I'm not going to give up. 2 strings is good enough. That's all you need to play a song. I'm going to sing you a brand new song here called Architecture, and dedicate this one to George Floyd and to all of my black and brown brothers and sisters. On the 2-string banjo, here we go. Let's see what happens. That's all you need right there. Out there in the country, right here in town, in the middle of the city, they are holding you down. You are tired, oh Lord. You are tired, tired are you? We've got some work to do. Oh, my sisters and brothers, with your skin black and brown, we will raise up our voices when they're holding you down. You are tired, oh Lord. You are tired, tired are you? And we've got some work to do. Well, they try to dominate you, and they kick you around, and they build the architecture that is holding you down. You are tired, oh Lord. You are tired, tired are you? We've got some work to do. You are tired, oh Lord. You are tired, tired are you? we've got some work to do. Song called Architecture. And 2 strings on the banjo. I got all the way through without breaking one, so that's a good sign. And peace to you all. And well, I thought I would grab my Martin guitar here. And I live in Ithaca. That's where I'm singing to you from. And sometimes I'll be at a show and I'll be leaving, heading back, and someone will say, "Hey, Joe, where are you heading next?" And I say, "Oh, I'm heading back home to Ithaca, New York, where I live." "Oh, Ithaca, just like Odysseus, going back to Ithaca, huh?" And I'm like, "Shut up." And so I always have been thinking about the idea that I've been traveling back home for 13, 15, 18 years back to Ithaca. And if you remember, Odysseus is coming back to Penelope, his beautiful wife, and their child, and fighting the Cyclops and making his way back home. And I thought it was high time for me to write my Odyssey song, Coming Back to Ithaca. So I've been working on this song for about a year, and I think it's finally come together, and it's called The Olive Tree. And the olive tree was the riddle, it was the secret that only Penelope and Odysseus knew. The bed that they made love in and conceived their child in was made out of the wood of the olive tree. So that was their special secret that nobody else knew. And when he finally came home and he knew the olive tree, that's when Penelope believed that this was truly him and not a suitor. And so I wrote the song. It's called The Olive Tree. So here it is. I've been fighting through these waters and the demons of the sea. I'm losing ground in the undertow. You're an ocean away from me. You're an ocean away from me. All the gods have been conspiring, like the Trojans that we fought. And our little one is growing. It's been harder than we thought. It's been harder than we thought. I've been riding out the distance, and each night you thread and weave. And all the suitors, they come knocking. They don't know the olive tree. They don't know the olive tree. I've been fighting through these waters and the demons of the sea, losing ground in the undertow. You're an ocean away from me. You're an ocean away from me. And I know that I will find you, and I'll come to you, and then I'll wrap my arms around you, we'll be together again. We'll be together. I've been fighting through these waters and the demons of the sea, losing ground in the undertow. You're an ocean away from me. You're an ocean away from me. You're an ocean. You're an ocean away from me. All right, thank you so much for all tuning in here to the Goderich Festival, Goderich Roots Festival here, and the virtual version, and just wonderful to play for you. I got one more song. I've been having a great time gardening and being outside a lot, camping and watching the birds, and there's a song I wrote about 15 years ago, and I wrote it as a little ditty, and then I recorded it, but I never really thought much of it. And but over the years, people come up to me and say, my favorite song is that one about the bird, Bird by Bird. I say, really? That's just like a goofy little ditty that I wrote, 3 chords. And but over the last couple years, the song has become more meaningful to me, and it's kind of grown on me as my own song, and especially in the last 4 months here, taking things step by step, bird by bird, moment by moment. The song has become a little bit of an anthem for me, and so I thought I'd sing it for you to end the night, and just super great to sing for you, Goderich. And I want to say that I had this great time teaching up at the festivals at the college up there, and I got an old-time string band. We did bluegrass in a whole group there at the college. And then after that, a group of people from that workshop started a band called Pickles and Tarts. So here's a shout out to Pickles and Tarts. And really glad that they're still playing and having a good time together. So next year, I look forward to coming up, being with you in Goderich, on Lake Huron up there, and being together. We're going to celebrate, we're going to dance, we're going to play fiddles and sing and be together. And I look forward to that. Here's one more song called Bird by Bird on my slide guitar here. And I love you. Oh, yeah. Woo! Trouble isn't easy, trouble brings doubt. Fear comes in and the joy goes out. How we gonna make it? What are we gonna do? How we gonna make it when trouble comes through? We'll take it bird by bird, bird by bird. We'll take it stone by stone, stone by stone. We'll take it bird by bird, bird by bird. We'll take it stone by stone. We'll take it stone by stone. Change isn't easy, change is hard. Fear comes in and it can tear you apart. How we gonna make it? What are we gonna do? How we gonna make it when change comes through? We'll take it bird by bird, bird by bird. We'll take it stone by stone, stone by stone. We'll take it bird by bird, bird by bird. We'll take it stone by stone. We'll take it stone by stone. Dreams aren't easy, dreams get lost. Fear comes in and the dream gets tossed. How we gonna make it? What are we gonna do? How we gonna make this dream come true? Sing it with me. We'll take it bird by bird, bird by bird. We'll take it stone by stone, stone by stone. We'll take it bird by bird, bird by bird. We'll take it stone by stone. We'll take it stone by stone. We'll take it bird by bird, bird by bird. We'll take it stone by stone, stone by stone. We'll take it bird by bird, bird by bird. We'll take it stone by stone. We'll take it stone by stone. All right, thank you all for tuning in tonight. All right, the virtual Celtic Roots Festival, Goderich, Ontario. And thank you all. Thank you to Cheryl Prashker and everybody who puts the festival on. We will see you again next year. Thanks for enjoying tonight. I know there's lots more good music coming up. My name is Joe Crookston from Ithaca, New York, and I'll see you again. Everybody. I'll see you again.
Well, Cheryl, all I can say is that my list of crushes grows and grows and grows.
I knew it.
How could you not know it? What? And I just enjoyed listening to you catch up with your old friend.
Oh,
that
thanks.
was just heartwarming.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Roz. Yeah, thanks,
so
Joe.
Enjoyable. And there's something about that singer-songwriter that just is so heartwarming, isn't it?
And he's bringing it from his roots. I mean, he really is.
Yeah, we talk about roots. This is roots. And I also loved how much he put into the editing. I mean, bringing back the festival from last year and superimposing it on top. It was just impressive, to say the least.
Yeah, and we're lucky. I mean, all the musicians have taken such great care and time with these videos.
They have, and again, they've all curated this content just for this live stream. And again, it's another reason, if you haven't already, and people are, let me tell you, donating. The tip jar is there. You can call in as well. That number's on the bottom. Please do. And again, all this information, all these sets have been curated just for this festival, Cheryl. It's pretty exciting stuff. Now, we have another big tranche of great content coming up.
We do.
Let's talk a little bit about it. One, talk about our shirts and this iconic
right. We haven't talked
symbol.
about our shirts.
We haven't talked about. We saved it for this moment.
So we have these Celtic shirts. Again, this is Linda Weeb's design. Every year is a different design, and so this year it is the fire dragon. There we go. And it does say Celtic Festival
Yep.
27.5, although this is our 28th straight year of putting on a festival. Next year will be the 29th, but we're kind of,
That's right.
But
And-
yes, so you can actually buy these t-shirts on our store. You just go to our website, celticfestival.ca/store, or just click on the store button and away you shop. And it's not just t-shirts, we have blankets. And the blankets are really popular.
They are, and they're, if we were actually in Harbor Park this weekend in Goderich, in a cool night like it is, these blankets just get snapped up.
They do.
Like crazy, because it is a little chill in the air, and I love that chill in the air. Now, I have to tell you, we're about to take a walk down memory lane, and we have two reminders of memory lane to my side. Behind you and behind me are two quilts that feature every one of Linda's creations over all of the festival years. She's been here since the beginning. And so in a little second, I'm going to chat with Linda.
Oh, good.
In her backyard. It was just great to catch up with my old friend. And then we're also going to hear from some other friends. We have Herb Marshall from the Park House, and we're going to go back in time for some vintage roots. Tell us about that.
So we have, back in the day, I don't remember what year it was, it could have been 99-ish, Warren and Eleanor had people come and video the concerts, and they put together a 3 DVD set, which I know is not available. But thank you to the guys here at Faux Pop Media. They've digitized it all for us, and we're going to be able to put them up on YouTube as we get them. And we were hoping to share more with you this week, but we got a lot of content.
We have
so
great content.
We're
And
just going to get a little snippet
That's
of Archie
fine.
Fisher. So all you Archie Fisher fans out there.
And that's fine, because we can put it out on Facebook, on the Celtic site afterwards. We also are going to hear from the president, Greg Reynolds, of the Celtic Festival. He spent some time with you. And we're going to have another set from Reynolds, Robinson, and Lodge. Can't keep
My
them
boy
away.
band. My
Your
boy
boy
band.
band. And are you in this one too?
I have to
Of
say.
course you are. Of course you are. And we'll have another Eve Uke session, so I can be ready for next year. And we're going to round out this this tranche of material with another founder's moment, and this really makes me smile. I love being able to spend time in the backyard with Warren and Eleanor Robinson, and they just have so much, their fingerprints are all over this festival. So for 28 years, everything that this has become, you can point back to its origins, the founders. So Eleanor and Warren, this set, this whole tranche is all for you. Enjoy, everyone, and we'll get right into it with some interviews and some vintage sets. Well, the Celtic Festival in Virtual Fest gets me out to all sorts of backyards, and you can see right now I'm in the beautiful backyard of Linda Weeb, artist phenomenal. Your roots go back to the beginning of the Celtic Roots Festival. Linda, welcome.
Thank you.
So, a long time ago, which is how all great stories begin, a wonderful couple, Warren and Eleanor, said, "Hey, Linda, you're a creative guru.
Not yours,
Come with. They encourage you in, don't they? They do that. And they said, could you design a logo? Is that how it started way back in the day?
We want you to do the art for the poster.
The art.
Yep.
And it went from artwork to now, your artwork has become synonymous with the fabric of the festival. I think it's fair to say.
Well, yeah, because they kept asking for. I made one design in 1993, the first one, and each year they wanted a new one. So it created this amazing series of 20. Is it 28? Is this 28?
Yeah,
right?
and it started out with fire, air, water.
Yeah, Warren named the festival Earth, Air, Fire, Water Celtic Roots Festival.
I still have that original shirt.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. And so I went with that. I didn't know a lot about the Celtic tradition at the time. It wasn't necessarily in my background, but I did a bit of research. They pointed me in some directions in terms of books that I might find. And of course, you had to go to the library. You couldn't look on the internet. So I went to the library, found a few books. Found some images that connected to earth, air, fire, and water. And so I chose some animals, Celtic animals, zoomorphic animals that I found. Probably kind of mostly from the book of Kells, and use those in that first design, and put an earth animal with earth and an air with air.
It's amazing to think now we're almost 3 decades at ages, both of us, given that we went to high school together.
We did, yes.
So it feels like last week. But
yeah, I know.
So 3 decades of coming up with different ideas of how to breathe life and storytelling into the art. How do you do it? How does it come to you?
Well, let's see. Often it just, well, lately in the last, I don't know how many years I've been simply doing animals. Like early on, I kind of did a kind of a scene or like a boat or a tree or, something that was kind of assembled into a design. But recently I've been focusing on animals, probably in at least the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So we started a routine of, okay, so now we're going to, this year we're doing earth, next year we're going to do air, next year we do fire, and then water. So this year is a fire animal. And so that's what you would start with, going with, okay, fire. And then lately, people have really been into suggesting ideas. I don't necessarily say that I'm going to do that, and I often say, oh, thank you, that's a good one. But I also kind of just leave it to just let it kind of settle in and think about it.
And could there have been a more appropriate chosen symbol this year than this one? I mean, talk about rising up and what it means. There's so much meaning in the symbol that you chose this year, and we had no idea of knowing that.
No. Well, Glenn Carey, he sat down beside me at the festival in last year at the tent there, and I had said that it was going to be a fire animal, and he was suggesting, Glenn has never done this, so he's never suggested an animal, so he was kind of instrumental in choosing the dragon.
And what meaning it has for the phase that we're in
I
right now.
I know.
Almost purifying.
Yes,
rising up.
Yes, for sure, yes.
So much about it that speaks to what we're doing with this virtual festival.
Yeah.
And it's got to be weird for you. I mean, everywhere you turn, each festival, your artistry is there, and it's been redone in wood by Paul the Maker and others. It's been auctioned off. It's been given to sponsors in art forms. And this year, it might be on a mask.
Yeah. Oh, right? What? Really?
Maybe.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Who knows,
yeah,
right?
I know, for sure.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. And when I work with the kids in Celtic Kids Camp, and we often play with the design at Kids Camp. One year we made a big puppet out of the bear. And,
oh, wow.
Yeah. And a cape out of the crow's feathers and things like that, too. So it's lots of fun.
Do you have a favorite of all the designs that you've had?
Not necessarily. I really liked the otter last year. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Like really joyful. And the festival felt really joyful. Not that it doesn't always feel joyful, but it felt really
It was a joyful experience.
It was a joyful festival.
It was a joyful experience.
Yeah.
And it's got to be for you each year watching this festival evolve.
Yeah. 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 Well, it's like, you say it felt like last year when we were in high school. Each year when the festival happens, it's like we were just together. It's a community that you see. It's hard to explain, but
we talked a lot about community with the founders.
Yeah.
And you've been part of this community since the outset.
Mm-hmm.
The very beginning.
Yes. Yes. When I started Warren and Eleanor, I used to when I was younger went to different folk festivals, and I saw Warren and Eleanor at one. Before the Celtic Festival, and I was selling hand-painted clothing, and so I chatted with them there. And then I think maybe even maybe a year or two later, they started the festival. So.
You were cool before cool happened. I mean, you were ahead of hemp. I mean, like 7 Acres has nothing on you. You were legendary before. You were like a forward thinker. Is that crazy to think about?
Yeah. So early on they asked me to organize the craft because I had that experience. They asked me to organize the craft area. So I did that for quite a while, and then Nina took it over.
One of the things before we close out that I'm kind of excited that we'll get to show viewers is we have at the stage where, of course, we're doing the live broadcast, the quilt, with every symbol that you've ever created.
Yeah, from year 20.
20?
Yeah, I think.
So it's like 20 years
20
worth
years
at least.
yeah.
And we'll be able to show that off along with other symbols. So maybe, if you're willing, we might go browsing later and borrow from your scene to set the stage for the actual festival so people can enjoy much of the artwork and just some of the Celtic creative je ne sais quoi that you have brought to this. It's just been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, good.
Well, anything that you want to add that, if reflecting back on this year and what it means?
Oh, goodness. It's hard to reflect on this year.
Yeah.
It feels like, it'll be great to see the virtual festival and feel that energy. I'm sure you'll grab some of it, and with everybody kind of coming together in in the online, and I just appreciate that the station Popop can pull it all together for us.
It's wonderful how creative energy, starting with you and the Robinsons and everyone and all the performers and all the vendors, it's palpable.
Yeah.
And what a great way to spend it in your backyard here. And I understand before we leave that you've been mothered to some chrysalids inside.
Some
Tell us
chrysalises.
about that. I think people would be interested in that.
I have, in my backyard, I have some milkweed, and so I've noticed over the past few years that there have been caterpillars on it. And I've also noticed that one day they're there and the next day they're gone. And I'm just really intrigued by the process. And so I've found the eggs on leaves and taken them in and watched their process.
We might have to have a chrysalid cam on this.
Yes, well, right now there's 4 now in there, and there's one more to go. One more.
Well, who knows? This could be the next symbol for the Celtic.
Yeah.
Well, stay tuned. That could happen. So we've been chatting with Linda Wiebe, one of the founders of the Celtic Festival, of the crafts and the arts, and of course the symbols that have made the festival as renowned as it is in the creative world. Linda, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Pleasure.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hey everybody, I'm here tonight at the famous Park House. We are socially distancing here with the owners.
We welcome the virtual audience to the Park House, which has been a long-standing supporter and lover of the Celtic Festival. And something that Cheryl was saying, on a Wednesday night like this, when there's only us, what would happen? Celtic College would be pretty well done for the day, and there would be performances up in the square, as Cheryl said. And come around 10 o'clock, the students of the college would start to come in, and they would come up to the bar and have a drink, and they would try and strategically figure out where the named performers, the big stars and the musicians that everybody wanted to sit close to, who would start to come in around, maybe 10:30, and they would wander around and start talking to each other. And Cheryl was saying, like, there's something different about this festival, and I think it was envisioned by Warren and Ellen Robinson right from the get-go, and that was to try and create an atmosphere of hospitality, intimacy, and to provide performers who are so used to being on a world stage at international festivals where they would be billeted not in people's houses like they are here, and the families look forward to that every year. They'd be billeted in hotel rooms and 20 floors up. Here, the magic is that these folks, these world-class performers, they come here, they meet a lot of their friends, but they get a chance to work together to create magical music in all different spots of this restaurant.
That's right. The restaurant is this room. There's a back corner over there, and then there's another room with a piano, and then upstairs, all the singers usually, that's where they like to hang out and sing songs till it's time to get up in the morning again.
Yeah. So we keep track of that time in the morning.
I mean, the hospitality has a lot to do with you guys and your family and the atmosphere you've created right here in this pub. I mean, we are overlooking the park where the festival takes place. So during the weekend, it's really easy to come back here. Very, very easy after the concert is over to just come in here, take your positions, as Herb said. But I have a question for you.
Sure.
Just speaking on behalf of the businesses in town, what is the impact of a festival like this on a small town of 8,000? What's the impact?
I can answer that very, very easily. It's immense. Like to think that we may have 2,000, 3,000 people visit here on a weekend. To think that we're drawing people in all during the week. To look at the hospitality impact with the hotels, and the motels and the eateries. This isn't the only place that people congregate. Virtually all of the pubs in town experience this growth of business. And I guess this year we're just going to have to live with what we got, and
Yeah.
but I guarantee you, you know, the Sherry and my daughter and the staff, like, we'll be at the front door welcoming you in 2021.
I got to tell you, I know that there are some attendees who've decided to keep their plans to come to Goderich this year. I've had emails from some people who've kept their reservations because it just means so much to them to be here during the weekend. So for those of you that are out there, I just want you to know the Park House is open for business. You can sit outside. You can even sit inside very, very safely, as you can see. So please, please, please come out to the Park House and enjoy the great food and the great spirits. Is there anything else that we haven't covered?
Thank you, Cheryl. And again, like, we're excited for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
We think the concert's going to be a tremendous success. We're going to be watching it, and we're in it for next year
Awesome.
and for a long time
Well, we
to
have,
come, right, Sherry?
appreciate that so much. We have one more special announcement to make, and that is every year the artwork that Linda Weeb puts together, and every year it's a different either animal or earth, fire, wind kind of situation. And this year it's the Celtic fire-breathing dragon. And I didn't realize how badly over the years you had thought about, you know, taking one of these babies home with you. You own this year's Celtic dragon. You do not have to buy any more raffle tickets. It is here. It's in its place of honor. And it'll be here for everybody to share. But I just wanted to thank you guys so much for everything, for being so supportive of me, being so supportive of the Celtic Festival, and all the musicians that come here. You're always so generous. And we couldn't do it without you guys, so thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
It's our pleasure. See you around, everybody.
A Scottish song of unrequited love, possibly the reason why we have such a small population. And as I come in by yon rashy moor, I spied I at my true love's door. My heart grew sair and mine grew blind to see my bonny love leave me behind. And will ye gang lovin' leave me no? Will ye gang lovin' leave me no? Would ye forsake your ain love true and gang wi' a lad that ye never knew? And as I come in by yonder Langton end, I saw another my love attend. I bowed my head and I cried, "Oh, home, the best of my good days are done." And I will tell you the reason why. Because he has more gold than I. And I will tell you the reason true, the sweeter taste of a love that's new. And will ye gang lovin' leave me no? Will ye gang lovin' leave me no? Would ye forsake your ain love true and gang wi' a lad that ye never knew? For I leaned my back up against the oak, thinking it was a trusty tree. But first it bent and then it broke, and so has my love done unto me. Ah, but if you'd love me, we'd never part. And instead of gold, you could hae my heart. You Hey, my heart wears goodwill. You're a bonny lass and I love you still. And will you gang love and leave me new? Will you gang love and leave me new? Would ye forsake your ain love true? And gang wi' a lad that ye never knew?
Hey everybody in virtual festival 27.5 land. It's Cheryl Pratchker again, and I'm still in Lions Harbor Park, which is, if you can see behind us, where we have the entire festival. It's laid out here. I don't know how it happens. I do call it the Magic Kingdom, because as you see it now, you would never guess that it gets filled with what it gets filled with. But I'm here, and I'm very blessed to be here with Greg Reynolds, who is, he wears many hats in the organizations. He first and foremost is the president of the board, and I can't thank the board enough for the support that I've received over the last, my first 2 years here. If it wasn't for the board of directors, I definitely wouldn't still be here. So thank you so much, and really appreciate it. But I'm just gonna let him talk about his history. He's also wearing the very, very first year's t-shirt. Can you turn around as well?
Appropriate, yeah.
Earth, air, fire, and water. It was the very first design that Linda Wiebe came up with. She has made the designs each and every year ever since, and will hopefully continue to do so. But that is 1993, am I right?
It's 93, yeah.
Wow. So how did you get involved? Who did you know? How did it happen?
It actually happened before 93.
Right.
There was a death in the family, we'll call it. Warren and Eleanor, who were the originals that sort of started the festival. They were teachers at the local high school, and one of their colleagues passed away very suddenly. So they had an idea of doing a fundraiser for the family. And they just sort of reached out in the community and gathered up people that had expertise. I was a carpenter, still am. And they said, well, we're going to need this and we're going to need that. And a couple of other of us decided that we could sort of do something, build something. And they came up with the idea of getting musicians, which they were very well connected in that respect, but they didn't really know a lot of how to put something like that on. They had been to them before, so it was a gathering of people that wanted to help this one family, and we put it together. We could only get the site on the Thursday, and the show started on Friday. It was a lot smaller at that point, but the site hasn't really changed over the years. So the first one was a fundraiser, and once everything was over, we raised some money for the family, and after it was over, cigars and scotch at Warren and Eleanor's, and they said, well, do we do it again?
As a musician who started here as a band, coming to the festival, I can't thank you enough, because from the first moment I came here as a musician, I fell in love with everything about it. The other hat you wear is you're actually, you work as part of the grounds committee. So how did that come about? Has that been since day one as well?
Pretty well. If you go through the list of people that are involved now, have been involved from the beginning. There is something unique. We all enjoy doing this.
Well,
and a lot of people say you're crazy to put yourself through that, because there's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of physical work for everybody.
Yes.
And it's a lot of hours before, during, and after, because not only is there a setup, there's a takedown as well. And what happens in this park is big tents get erected, and many small tents for all the all the food and craft vendors and things like that. So it becomes a little village, and you're sort of in charge with a bunch of other wonderful guys and gals.
Most of the people sort of migrated to sort of areas that they had a little bit of expertise in.
Right.
I put myself through school, and I was a line cook. So
Right,
they
right.
would be involved in,
Right.
in sort of the sort of lining up the sort of the
Right.
the eating and things. So it
takes a village,
That's
doesn't
what
it?
really
Yeah,
helped.
yeah.
That if you felt comfortable doing the lighting, working with the kids, then
Right.
then you go towards that.
Yeah.
And not sort of have people doing something that they don't really want to
Right.
want to do.
And so
it's-
people know, I don't know how long the kids area has been the kids area, but it has one of the most amazing kids areas of any festival I've ever been to. There's a whole area over there that's a big tent. It's covered, it's shaded for the sun and covered for the rain, and it's just a place for the kids to do arts and crafts and be and hang out.
and the families feel comfortable that they can leave their
Yeah.
children there, which
Right.
which is a big thing.
Yeah.
There is safety elements, but there's also sort of an education thing that's going on. And what it does is it gives the adults time to go and listen to the music, but
Yeah.
they don't have to worry. Oh my God,
Right. Where's the kids?
Yeah. You do that enough.
I really appreciate you taking the time to do this interview. Thank you again for your work as the
Great.
president and for all the hard work that you put in creating and building the what I call the Magic Kingdom. So thank you again. This is Greg
Thank you.
Reynolds, everybody.
I need a bride, but the dolphins are running. A womanhood cry, but the sea must provide a child to unravel the snarled nets of loving. First things first when you get to the sea. Oh, a rich man eats when he wishes. A poor man whenever he can. I need a home, but my boots keep going. Healing and peace that a fire would provide. A place to unburden my brain of its sorrow. First things first when you get to the fire. Oh, a rich man eats when he wishes. A poor man whenever he can. I need a song, but the spring is for sowing. A word to the wise that the earth must provide. A tune to untangle a riddle of growth. doing. First things first when you get to the land. Oh, a rich man eats when he wishes. A poor man whenever he can. I need the moon, but the landlord needs money. A field of wildflowers that the stars could provide. A bird for my shoulder to fly through the rainbow. First things first when you get to the sky. Oh, a rich man eats when he wishes. A poor man whenever he can. Oh, a rich man eats when he wishes. A poor man whenever he can.
This next tune's called Jimmy's Granddaughters, and it was written specifically for Mike's niece's wedding, and he played it under the redwood trees in the Squamish Forest. A pretty incredible event from what we've heard. Unfortunately, Mike was too cheap to take John and me out with them to play it. Anyway, Jimmy's Granddaughters. Before this next song, I'd like to shout out to one of our most fantastic sound people ever, Travis Teed. Travis, we can't imagine doing a festival without you ever. And of course, this virtual, we don't have that opportunity. So this song, Travis and his lovely wife, Kim, actually recorded first. Mike and I wrote it about 25 years ago, and they did it on an album of theirs. But we liked it so much, we heard their version, heck, it was our song originally, so we're taking it back. So we're going to do this, but we're sending it out to them. Here's to you, Tim and Travis. Kim and Travis. Bye-bye.
2, 3, 4. Pouring down rain, I'm there at your curb. Cop says, move on, you must be disturbed. It's 4 in the morning, go home to your bed. How can I sleep when you fill up my head? Only half crazy, the other half mad. How can it feel so good to want you so bad? Shuffle on home and climb up the stairs. Get out the cards and play solitaire. Just when I think this distraction might do, each face card I turn up reminds me of you. Only half crazy, the other half mad. How can it feel so good to want you so bad? Talk to myself and answer what's more. I kind of enjoy it, I'm not even bored. Sing through some old songs, forgetting the words. When I'm holding your picture, nothing's absurd. Only half crazy, the other half mad. How can it feel so good? Fall into bed just before dawn, drift off to sleep, the dream carries on. Clutching my pillow, pretending it's you. May not seem much, but it's the best I can do. Only half crazy, the other half mad. How can it feel so good to want you so bad? Know what I've got must be endured. When you're in love, there's only one cure. Maybe I'll call you and try to explain. Pick up the phone and you'll hear this refrain. Only half crazy, the other half mad. How can it feel so good to want you so bad?
Hi, I'm Eve Goldberg, and I'm back with another ukulele lesson. If you want to follow along, you can find the materials at evegoldberg.com/Celtic-Fest-2020. In the last lesson, we just went over the chords for the song with just a basic down strum and sort of got used to the pattern of the song. For me, understanding the pattern of the song really helps me be able to sing the whole thing, because my job as the ukulele player is to keep the rhythm and change the chords, no matter what is being sung, to keep that same structure underneath the song. So understanding how long you spend on each chord and which chord you're changing to is really important. So hopefully you're getting the idea of that. I'm going to introduce a new challenge for you, which is with the right hand, we're going to start doing a more complicated strum. And I call this strum the boom chuck strum because that's the rhythm that you hear when you play the strum. We're going to use our thumb to pluck one string and our fingers to strum. And I'm just opening my fingers to make the strum. And my thumb, I'm using the side of my thumb. Sort of my thumb's pretty much parallel to the string. And then I'm just opening my fingers and that makes my strum. So I get thumb, strum, thumb, strum, thumb, strum, thumb, strum. And that's basically all there is to the boom chuck strum. However, we're going to add something to give a little bit more variety, which is instead of just plucking the same string all the time, we're going to alternate between fourth string and third string. So I'll do fourth string, strum, third string, strum, fourth string, strum, third string, strum. That's what it sounds like on the C chord. Here's the F chord. And here's the G chord. Go back to the C chord so we feel like we've completed the circle. So that's the boom chuck strum. You probably want to spend a bunch of time just practicing that and getting your thumb to be consistent with that. It takes a little while, so don't worry. If you find that's too challenging, you're still just working on changing the chords, you can just keep strumming the song with that basic down strum that we were using. We're going to keep adding more skills to what we're doing, but at any point, if you've reached the level that's right for you, you can just work on that skill and keep going and not worry about adding anything extra. So I'll play a little bit of the song with that boom chuck strum, and I'll sing the second verse so we can hear how that goes. So starting from the top with the chorus first and then the second verse. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, who is sailing far over the sea. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, and I wonder if he ever thinks of me. Here's the second verse. Oh, you told me once, dear, that you love me. You swore that we never would part, but a link in the chain has been broken, leaving me with a sad and aching heart. Oh, I'm thinking tonight, and so on. You just keep playing that pattern all the way through the song. And here's the G chord. And then here's our ending, and then we'd be into the next stanza. So there's a little bit of I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes with the boom, chuck, strum. You might notice that each boom, chuck, strum took the same amount of time as two of our down strums before. So you get to do 4 pluck strum. You get to do 4 boom chucks. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you change to the next chord. When you get to the end, where we have our quick C, G, you're gonna only get to do 2 boom chucks. So 2 on the C and 2 on the G. And then you start again. 4 on the C, 4 on the F, 4 on the G, and then 2C, 2G. So have fun with that, and I'll see you in the next lesson.
Well, it must be time for another Founders Moment. And here we are again with Warren and Eleanor Robinson, the founders of the Celtic Festival. Welcome back.
Thank you, Roz.
Okay, I want to delve into, if you're okay, into the Celtic roots. And, you know, when you think Celtic, we think Scottish, Irish, Welsh, English, but there's so much more to it. And when you dreamed up this festival, you had a very broad interpretation of what roots meant. Could you talk about that a bit?
Certainly. It's broad in several areas. First of all, you mentioned some of the Celtic nations, but of course there's Galicia in Spain, Brittany in France, the English area of Cornwall is another one, Wales,
And
the Isle of Man. Those are the 7 Scottish nations along with Ireland and Scotland.
Thanks.
So there's that. There's the breadth of that. There's also the fact that roots grow into limbs and branches. And from Celtic music has come such things as Ottawa Valley,
right,
the Cape Breton music, the Newfoundland music. Bluegrass is one half Irish Scottish fiddle music.
The Cajun.
Cajun is another one, and you can go on and on. So we didn't want to be too restricted either. We did not want to be an Irish festival or a Scottish festival. We wanted to be something that had a potential to grow as the music grew. Now, one of the things we were fortunate of is we started in 1993. The big Celtic surge happened starting about 1995 with Riverdance and Braveheart. And so we were very fortunate to be able to ride that wave for a lot of years, and that has been a blessing. It's also the fact that we have gone internationally to a number of places to find Celtic music. And I'll let Eleanor talk about that.
Yeah, and Eleanor, as you're talking about that, I know if you look at your heritage has many different limbs as we sit under this beautiful tree. You know, we talk about in Canada the importance of recognizing our Indigenous heritage, and Celtic touches that too, correct?
Yes, it does. First, okay, from my own background, about a half of my family is Irish, married to Métis.
Métis.
Where it was Irish and Scottish with Indigenous.
Right.
So the music was wonderful. My uncle Albert was an amazing fiddler and singer, and we grew up with the dances.
Yes.
the Celtic dances and the group dance and square dances.
Yes.
So that was all part of my background. My dad was a fiddler. He was from around here, just up north of Kincardine. And he has more of a Scottish-Irish background.
And we even, in this area too, and where you grew up, had a large French-Canadian, and there's roots that way too, where we have Benoit Bourque and his son Antoine, and very progressive Quebecois.
The dreamy Quebecois.
I'm still a little fluttery.
But you have to remember that when the Irish settlement came, well, they left because of the potato famine. Many of the people had to stop on the islands just outside of Quebec and Montreal.
Okay.
And so that affected the music all the way along the St. Lawrence River. So, we have that blending.
Are we ever done rediscovering our roots?
Never.
Never.
Never. We always have a little bit here. I mean, I look at this tree, and then you'll know where the roots go. They go under my house.
Yes.
They go under my neighbors.
And we're finding new things all the time.
All the time.
Yeah. And putting new interpretations on them.
But that's how the music grows. I mean, we do have a very large section which is traditional. It's not quite as rigid as bluegrass in its context, but it's still very traditional. And then we have a little bit of moving away from it. It's been a wonderful journey for us. We've learned so much from the musicians.
Over all these years, it has evolved quite a bit in terms of the musical journey.
Oh yes, very much. Warren.
Yes, certainly. I mean, one of the things that was not intended, but was a wonderful outcome, is the incredible friendships that have developed among musicians and our townspeople. We've had a number of townspeople go over to Ireland or Scotland to attend weddings of performers that they housed here. But you also had a great number of collaborations that have happened as a result of their playing in our workshop stages. And that's been really exciting. You got an album, and it's Pierre Schreier and Dermot Byrne, and they met at our festival. And this is this kind of synergy. And the other thing I love is what I call the old masters and the young lions. You get somebody who's a legend, and you put that person in a workshop stage with someone who's up and coming and full of fire, and what happens? You see the joy in both their faces and the learning that goes on both ways. And so that has been just grown exponentially. It's been perhaps one of the absolute most exciting parts.
That is exciting. We're reflecting now with the founders of the Celtic Festival on the legends, and I'm happy to be sitting with two of them right now. We'll be back in a little bit with another Founders Moment. Well, that was another Founders Moment, Cheryl. I really see the backdrop at Warren and Eleanor's. Isn't that spectacular?
One of my favorite views of all time.
It is one of my favorite views, and I always feel just a little bit smarter after I come back from Warren and Eleanor's. And they're just so incredible. And again, their stamp and their fingerprints are all over this festival, as they should be. And we really did take a walk down memory lane. With everything from Linda Wiebe, who again was at it from the very beginning, all her iconic drawings and her creativity. It's just amazing to me. And Herb, a great focus. And I think the Park House just shut down.
The Park House just shut down. Obviously not as late as we're used to going, but it's definitely later than they've been going. And I'm so grateful that they've opened up so you can go there for dinner, for lunch tomorrow.
And another set by Reynolds, Robinson and Lodge, and of course another uke lesson in there. So again, I could very well, I hate to say this, guys, but I think I'm ready to join Runa.
Audition late. Here we go.
I think I might audition with the ukulele.
Apparently,
I think I'm ready.
There's room.
Cheryl.
We do know that there is room for ukulele in Runa.
Well, Cheryl, I have an idea. Why don't you catch up with your bandmates?
Okay.
And maybe discuss the fact that I might be coming aboard.
Okay.
And yes, I gotta say I have a huge crush on Runa. I'm kind of a Celtic crush girl, I gotta tell you.
There's been a few tonight.
A little bit. So enjoy your walk down memory lane with some of your best buds.
Thank you so much, Ross. Appreciate it. Hey guys, so I'm here with the rest of the band from Runa. Hey, we
How's it
got
going?
Caleb, Jake, and Shannon and Fanon, and an extra Jake up in the corner there. Yeah. And boys and girls,
Never have too much Jake.
This is what it's like in the band van when we are traveling. This is exactly what it's like. So how you guys all doing?
We miss you.
Oh, miss you
Doing
guys.
well? Yeah,
Miss you
miss you.
guys.
Miss being up there this week.
Yeah, definitely. We're so excited about your, well, I should say our set that we have coming up, and I just wanted to chat a little bit, sort of catch up, see how you guys are doing. We kind of ended or started the COVID time after just finishing up a great run of January, February, and March, and we were about to tour Ontario, and then it kind of stopped, and we were all ready. And so I haven't spent any time with these guys since then. So I just want to catch up and see what you've all been doing. Caleb, what have you been up to?
I haven't taken this shirt off since. I've been. I was working in some carpentry there for a while, and then I got a splinter, and so I decided to quit that and mandolin and guitar courses online, which has taken up a lot of my time. I'm writing a lot.
Oh, good.
Writing
good.
Short stories and thinking about heading into the studio here in the next couple of weeks to record some new songs and maybe even a novel.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Hey, I got to tell you, boys and girls, Caleb's original music is out of this world. Can you tell them where they might find said original music?
Yeah, you can always go to my website, which is calebplaysmandolin.com, or you can find me on iTunes and Amazon and Spotify and all that stuff. Yeah, it's all over the place.
Thank you. And Jake, where are you first of all, Caleb's in Nashville, Tennessee right now. And Jake, where are you sitting?
I'm currently in New York, in my house in Westchester County. But I've been going upstate. We have a house up in Tannersville, close to there anyway. So I've been going back and forth just to get a bit of country air.
You enjoying your time up there? Are you playing any fiddle, or have you kind of taken a little time off of fiddle, or what have you been doing?
Taking a little time off, doing a gig here and there, but very rarely, due to the pandemic going on. So yeah, I've just been doing a lot of cleaning, trying to do a bit of writing.
Are you cleaning your room, Jake? You're cleaning your room.
I'm cleaning my soul. I'm cleaning my.
There's a good song title for you right there. I'm cleaning my soul. Wow, that's gonna be heavy. Shannon Fanon.
There's a lot of cleaning needed there.
Shannon Fanon, you are just outside of Philadelphia in Newtown, Pennsylvania. And what have you guys been up to besides taking care of your 2-year-old Liam?
Who never, ever stops, ever.
This is our first time seeing each other in 3 weeks.
It
so,
is. That's right.
It's pretty cool.
That's right.
I've been in quarantine for 2 weeks since being down in Nashville doing some work, which was really great. But it's meant for a very, very bizarre time where we have been away without us doing other things. So it's been pretty bizarre.
Yeah.
But since lockdown,
the rest of us, he was here at home, isolating at home. The rest of us were down the shore, where we recorded several albums with Runa. My grandparents have a beautiful house on the bay, and it's like kind of you have the beach to yourself when you're down there. So not dealing with all the different crowds. So it was just kind of a really lovely kind of week and a half, except for the fact that we didn't have this dude with us.
But how Philly was that for a moment? Down the shore.
Down the
How
shore.
Philly was that?
I know. Liam even says down the shore now.
Does he
But
say
yeah,
that?
He does. He totally says that we're going down the shore. But yeah, no, it's been great. Obviously, you guys showed the Bacon with Baby stuff before, and so we've been kind of, in addition to music stuff, taking a little bit of a breather, just kind of from like everybody says, like the really kind of intense, fast pace of everything. Taking a bit of breather from some of that, but just exploring lots of different kinds of creativity. Obviously we were all together out in Oklahoma with the Choctaw project, and delving into some research for that, and into like lots of history stuff and thinking about ideas for that. And then
Christmas music ideas in July and like all that good stuff. So, like all of those things and continuing them in the background, but just, just enjoying being at home all together, for the most part.
Good.
And enjoying life. You can't go anywhere than just being really thankful for what you got in front of you, kind of thing.
It's a common theme. There's no doubt about it. I'm glad you guys are spending some time together at home. Might our Runatic fans be in store for like new music coming up ever? I mean, we haven't talked about it, but we could talk about it here
No,
together.
let's discuss it right here.
Fan meeting right now.
Fan meeting, everybody. That's great.
September 7th through the...
What'd you say, Caleb? What'd you say?
I was looking at my calendar, but we can talk about that later.
Oh, okay. But it would be kind of fun. I tell you what, for me, doing this set with Runa at home, but hearing you all in my headphones was very special, and I miss playing with you guys. I don't know what it was like for you when you started hearing everybody.
It's unbelievable.
Well, we actually didn't hear anybody,
Oh,
so when
that's right.
Shannon and I played this set,
One of the more bizarre performance experiences we've ever had.
You'll see as we perform, obviously everyone who did a sort of a multi-geographical recordings here, somebody started it and people layered it on, but for us, as being the first, it was particularly bizarre. And so I mixed it and I put the video together, so I was able to really enjoy the whole thing afterwards and see the nuances of everything. But I have to say, it's a very unique process that thankful we haven't ever had to do this before, and hopefully we won't have to do it too often in the future. But it's pretty amazing what everyone pulled out. The energy, we just tried to recreate a proper festival atmosphere. Shannon and I set up a whole thing out the back with lights, and
it was great.
Just to kind of relive what that feels like, because we really missed it. And it wasn't actually the playing that got me, it was setting up. It took me about four times as long to set all the equipment up. So that was weird, but hopefully we won't do too many of these as things progress, because it's an enormous amount of work that I wish we didn't have to do, that we could just turn up and play like we've always done. And
but the fact that you can, we're having this festival, we are usually with each other all week long. Like the weekend is, the culmination of all of these things. And it's one of our, I think I can speak for all of us here, having all been up there at this point with this configuration of the band. It's one of the most magical weeks of the entire year. And you just say, I cannot wait to get back there. Yeah. And we're able to be there with all of us, with all of you guys, because of what everybody's put in, and that's just been such a magical thing about this this festival, that, as Warren said earlier this evening, like there was no way we weren't going to have something this weekend, that was what the festival is all about. And in classic Goderich Celtic Roots Festival style, we are all here, and it feels like we are with all of you, even though we are thousands, hundreds, 1,000 miles away. It feels like we are with all of you guys, and there's something that is remarkable, as frustrating as all of this is, and as difficult as it is with to put all of this together. There's something that's incredibly magical about being able to put all of this together, and very hopeful in if things don't change as quickly as we'd like them to get back to normal, so to speak, to be out there live, that we can do this, from afar and create, new music, whether it's, these kind of live performances or albums or, tracks here and there. Like, there's something that is really still inspirational about that, it's not all or nothing,
And we get to see Jake's dance moves.
Yes.
Right. Well, Jake, what was it like? Jake and Caleb, very quickly before we get to the set, what was your first year like here last year? Jake?
Good.
Yeah. Caleb? Jake?
You go, Caleb.
Very special. It was, I played a lot of festivals. I've taught at a lot of festivals. And this Goderich was like one where I actually felt important. And I just, towards the end, just walking around, and random people are inviting me up on stage for their workshop. And I'm like, this does not happen in bluegrass, at least with me. But it was just incredible, and I was really looking forward to coming back, and met so many great friends, and that I text almost every day sometimes. Wow. And so, it was wonderful.
And Jake, yourself, you were here for the college only, not the festival, but what was your week like?
Yeah, I definitely loved that personable sentiment that like just people inviting each other up, whether it's to the stage or to the workshop, just kind of having fun with each other. It was just a beautiful kind of thing, and the students I remember really enjoying. I wasn't really teaching with them. I was more just like kind of having fun with them, just playing, showing them tunes that I liked, and they picked up, and then they would say something that I never thought about before, and it was just
That's amazing.
just a very
Yeah.
personable atmosphere that I don't think happens
Well, that's amazing.
anywhere else.
I mean, every musician that comes here sort of has that same feeling. I'm glad you guys caught that vibe for your first year here, and was so excited that you guys got to see the magic that I see when I'm here. So I know, Shannon, before we get to the set, and you can set up the set, but I think you said you had a shout out?
Oh, yeah. So it was this week we were supposed to be celebrating our 12th anniversary as a band together. August 5th, we turned 12 as a band. And so wanted to give a shout out to all of you guys. But also we had put up a fun challenge up on our Facebook page and our Instagram page for anybody. And this is like heavy lunatic kind of thing. If you can, besides the song Jealousy, because, everybody knows that Jealousy was here from the very, very beginning. Besides the song Jealousy, we had put up, if anybody could guess one of our Runa songs that might have been in our very, very first set list, the gig that Fanon, myself, and Cheryl played on August 5th, 2008, so like long time ago, at like Divius Dive Bar. If anybody can guess what one of those songs might be, let us know either email or on our social media page. And whoever guesses correctly will get we've been selling face masks, Celtic themed face masks. You can get a shout out from the brand and one of those. And if we get multiple winners, then we'll choose 3, from those multiple winners. So,
Awesome.
So last chance.
That's your challenge. And
That's your challenge, folks.
Fanon, can you set up the set that we're about to hear? Because we're going to hear a little bit of the band tonight and the rest of the band set tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. So the great thing about this band, the best thing about this band, is the variety of backgrounds and the variety of influences and interests. And it's 4 and 4 today and tomorrow. The four tonight are equally varied and fun and energetic. Shannon sings a few, Caleb sings, Jake plays some amazing fiddle. So it's basically everything we would normally do in a set at a festival. High energy, fun, and just enjoying ourselves, hoping that everybody else can join in and set up with us. So
Excellent. Thank you guys so much for your patience tonight, waiting to come on, and thank you for being here, and just thank you for being my band. I miss you guys very much, and I just wanted to say thank you for everything, and thank you, Fanon, for all the work that you did on this, and Mark as well. This is our last set for the evening. We'll come back and say a little something after, but please enjoy Runa, and bye, guys.
Thanks so much, you guys. Thanks for all of your hard work. We love you.
Bye.
How's it going, Goderich Runatics? We are so excited to be here with you this evening or afternoon, whenever we're on at the festival. And we are so excited to be performing at all. It's really fantastic. And we're coming to you from Pennsylvania, New York, Nashville, and good old Goderich, Canada. And this is our only festival for the summer. The rest of the festivals that we're involved with at the moment are not doing virtual stuff. And so we are so excited to get the opportunity to be with all of you this weekend, and we have a live audience, a small, select, invitation-only live audience. Yay! And we wanted to give you a little bit, of a kind of live feel and lift, and we decorated back here for you to give you kind of an outdoor summer festival feel as best that we could. But we are so just absolutely thrilled to be performing for you and just spending the weekend with you because we miss being up there with all of you. So please sing along with us to the stuff get up and dance. We'll be picturing all of you dancing on the hill. And we're going to start you off with a song. This is a Canadian song. This is called The Banks of Newfoundland. And it's all about the winter storm. So, kind of complete polar opposite in terms of weather at the moment. But a fun story nonetheless. So sing along if you catch on to it. And here we go. Lynch from Ballylynch, Mike Murphy, handsome boy. Well, I tell you boys, well, they suffered like hell on the way to Baltimore. We pawned their gear in Liverpool and sailed as they did stand for their blows and gold Northwesterners on the banks of Newfoundland. Oh, we'll scrape her and we'll scrub her with holy stone and sand for their blows and gold Northwesterners on the banks of Newfoundland. Well, the mate, he did stand on the forecastle head and loudly he did roar. Well, rattle her in me, lucky lads, you're bound for America's shore. Come wipe the blood off that dead man's face and Todd, or you'll be damned for their blows and cold Northwesterners on the banks of Newfoundland. Oh, we'll scrape her and we'll scrub her with holy stone and sand for their blows and cold Northwesterners on the banks of Newfoundland. Oh, we'll scrape her and we'll scrub her with holy stone and sand for their blows and cold Northwesterners on the banks of Newfoundland.
So we're going to do the ultimate socially distant collaboration now. We're going to accompany 3 tunes without any melody. And hopefully Jake and Caleb are up for the task of playing along when they get this recording. So anyway, we're going to play a set that Jake wrote, the first tune called Firewood. And so we call this the Firewood set. And I hope you can not sing along, but you know what to do.
Dance along.
I'm so happy to at least make an attempt at joining you at honestly one of my favorite festivals I've ever played at. I was really bummed to hear that we couldn't go back, but we will journey on, and we'll see you next year for sure. This is a song of mine that I wrote about my hometown in Indiana. This is a true story. It's a very unfortunate story, but it's a good song. It goes like this.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
It was early one morning when neighbors rooster crowed as he peered over Stips Hill's haunting shadow. He saw a lurking figure where his wild oats were sown, making his way across the meadow. Then neighbor squinted sharply as the figure lumbered close. The face is one he knew all too well. Then neighbor squinted sharply and wrinkled up his nose as if no one ever locked the gates of hell. Then he closed his eyes and screamed, "Honey, grab my gun, grab the kids and run. Make your way to Franklin County's Pell. He's here to do his deed over California sea. The devil's made his way back to Stips Hill." The stranger raised his gun and let out 5 straight shots. The family fell, he let out a mournful cry. Napier at his knees, he had won the lot. Today's the day that I will surely die. Then he closed his eyes and screamed, "Honey, grab my gun, grab the kids and run. Make your way to Franklin County's Bell. He's here to do his deed over the California sea. The devil's made his way back to Stips Hill." The stranger ran for days until the Fayette line, where he was caught and called to testify. Well, the judge called him forward. He said, "Son, show me a sign. What did Napier say the day he died?" Then he closed his eyes and screamed, "Honey, grab my gun, grab the kids and run. Make your way to Franklin County's Bell. He's here to do his deed over California sea. The devil's made his way back to Stips Hill." Well, the devil's made his way back to Stips Hill.
Thanks a million. All right, all you Goderich runatics. If you want one to sing along to or sing along with, this is the one to give it a shot. We know how dedicated you are, so this is a Scots Gaelic song. So Janice, if you're listening, this is for you out there. But for the rest of you who have sung along with us to Fanula and all the other great ones, this is, as I said, one in Scots Gaelic. This is Hug an Vunnid Vor, and we affectionately have renamed it Hug-a-Bear because if you look at the phonetics from an English perspective, that's exactly what it looks like. But Hug an Vunnid Vor. So good luck to you all out there. And as you might have been able to hear, we've got some toads and frogs around around our backyard, so they might chime in as well. So if they can, so can all of you. So here we go.
Hugeren vanid vår kurivirus ligger blahet til en vanid er han like lore. Hugeren vanid vår kurivirus ligger blahet til en vanid er han like lore. Vanid er no dono bana balla meta. Vanid er no spar bara in a loba. Vanid er no dono bana balla meta. Vanid er no spar bara in a loba. Hugeren vanid vår kurivirus ligger blahet til en vanid er han like lore. Hugeren vanid vår kurivirus ligger blahet til en vanid er han like lore. Vanid er no dono bana balla meta. Vanid er no spar bara in a loba. Vanid er no dono bana balla meta. Vanid er no spar bara in a loba. Hugeren vanid vår kurivirus ligger blahet til en vanid er han like lore. Hugeren vanid vår kurivirus ligger blahet til en vanid er han like lore. Vanid er no dono bana balla meta. Vanid er no spar bara in a loba. Vanid er no dono bana balla meta. Vanid er no spar bara in a loba. Hugeren vanid vår kurivirus ligger blahet til en vanid er han like lore. Hugeren vanid vår kurivirus ligger blahet til en vanid er han like lore. Vanid er no dono bana balla meta. Vanid er no spar bara in a loba. Vanid er no dono bana balla meta. Vanid er no spar bara in a loba. Get a me, runa gamen sadet dana sana khadi. Get a me, runa gamen sadet dana bali. Get a me, runa gamen sadet dana sana khadi. Get a me, runa gamen sadet dana bali. Vanid vår kurivirus ligger blahet til en vanid er han like lore. Hugeren vanid vår kurivirus ligger blahet til en vanid er han like lore. Vanid er no dono bana balla meta. Vanid er no spar bara in a loba. Vanid er no dono bana balla meta. Vanid er no spar bara in a loba. Hugeren vanid vår kurivirus ligger blahet til en vanid er han like lore. Hugeren vanid vår kurivirus ligger blahet til en vanid er han like lore. Vanid er no dono bana balla meta. Vanid er no spar bara in a loba. Vanid er no dono bana balla meta. Vanid er no spar bara in a loba. Get a me, runa gamen sadet dana sana khadi. Get a me, runa gamen sadet dana bali. Get a me, runa gamen sadet dana sana khadi. Get a me, runa gamen sadet dana bali. Get a me, runa gamen sadet dana sana khadi. Get a me, runa gamen sadet dana bali. Get a me, runa gamen sadet dana sana khadi. Get a me, runa gamen sadet dana bali.
Well, what a high note to end on. And some serious gymnastic editing going on there by Fanon. There was motion, there were, like at one point you were flying through the air, Cheryl. It was pretty incredible that you were able to maintain playing the drums while flying through the air. That's pretty incredible stuff. What fun for you to reconnect with the band.
We had, I mean, I just loved seeing them and hearing their voices, and you know, it was just great. So
Well, you could
thank
hear the joy in your voices. It was
Oh.
just lovely to watch. And what a joyful ending for this. And I'm kind of sad to see the evening over. If I had a tinge of sleepiness, it went away during that. I have to tell you right
Wakey,
now.
wakey.
Wakey, wakey. And we're going to be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time here, and for those watching from across the pond, I think it'll be about 6 hours later, if
Yep,
I would
5
think.
or 6 hours
So
later.
probably Celtic fog time. Probably Celtic fog time. So Cheryl, tell me tomorrow, what are 3 of the acts that you're looking forward to? There's all of them, but there's 3 in particular that I know you've been kind of
I'm so
about.
excited to have Cherish the Ladies. It's their 30th anniversary as a band, and they were going to spend it here in Goderich, and this was going to be their first time. So they've sent us some music, and of course, everybody's favorite Kruger Brothers have sent us some music, and then One for the Foxes. They've been here before many times, so yeah, we're excited. There's many, many, many more bands, but that's just a little bit of a teaser. You can go to our website, celticfestival.ca, and see the list there.
Well, we're going to close out for the evening, and again, we'll be back, and from everyone here at the station, behind the scenes, making this possible, and Hay and Hear and Tell, and everyone listening on YouTube and Facebook, thanks for watching. We'll be back at 1 o'clock tomorrow with more interviews, more great sets that are uniquely curated just for this live stream. Stay safe, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.